Pause it.
We are finally here.
We're having technical difficulties.
So, for those that were wondering, we could not go live. Every time we clicked on the live button, it was saying that the traffic was too high and StreamYards was working on it. So we logged out, we logged back in, we refreshed, we did all the things, we took phone calls and just kept pressing the button. And then finally, we are live. So, yes, I was asking some questions while phone calls were happening and all that sort of stuff. In the comments. So thank you to everybody that was entering into the conversation with both Neva and I as we were trying to get us to go live. Now, Coda is at a graduation right now and will be joining us a little bit later. We are here to wrap up. Can you believe it? We are finally at the end of Harry Potter read along. So Neva's just taking a breath, taking a moment because it is all a bit much sometimes. But yes, we are reading that. We are wrapping it up and all the things. But never fear. You still have a time to catch up and all that sort of stuff before we start our next read along, which I don't know if Neva's joining in on this one, but Coda and I will be. Neva's like, yeah, no, I don't think I am. I haven't committed to anything. The Green Rider, you're not in that, yeah, no.
Green Rider? Oh no, I'm not doing it.
No,
I love y'all. Here's the thing, okay? I have been told that I have to read whatever the Dark Tower, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. It's by Stephen.
Oh, the Stephen King Dark Tower.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna have to read this before y'all do your read along because I know you're doing that at some point in like 2025. Because here's the thing. The boyfriend said if I read this series that because it's a 7-book series, right? Mm-hmm. I get to pick 7 books, any 7, and he has to read them.
Nice.
So
maybe you could start the Dark Tower series when we start Green Rider, and then on the because we've got 8 books to read. So
yeah, because here's the thing. Thank you. Because here's the thing. I told the Cult Myth girls that this was happening because I was like, "Are you serious? Like any 7 books? Like I was like, he's gonna. There's like a catch." You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. He's like, no, any 7. He's like, you can pick whatever you want, and I'll read it. Like, I'll read it.
Nice.
So he's reading Priest and he's reading Icebreaker. I don't know what else he's reading yet, but those are definitely 2 that he's reading. We make all the men read Priest, to be honest. What?
So yeah, because we start that next week on the 23rd. So you could start the Dark Tower series at the same time. There you go.
Okay, that's what I'm going to do then.
Yeah, because... so then your Sunday and Thursday nights will be Dark Tower and will be Green Rider. So maybe Green Rider crosses over with Dark Tower. No, it doesn't. So, am I still here? Everything just... Okay, I'm still here. Cool. I don't know what was going on with StreamYards, but everything just went white.
I'm still here.
Could not see anything. I am back now, though. All right, so as I said, we're finishing up Harry Potter today. Now, next week, we are starting on next Friday. Coda and I are starting Green Rider and Neva's starting Dark Tower. But we will have our discussion about Harry Potter. That will give everybody time to finish up and catch up to if they need to catch up and all that sort of stuff, except for Christina. Christina's been finished for a week and a half. So, yeah.
Honestly,
all right.
I almost also did that. Like, I almost really just finished the book. But then I was like, you know what? I had enough emotional damage just in the pages that I needed to catch up on. I was like, maybe we should breathe for a minute.
Yeah. Breathing is good. Breathing through it is good.
I only come back with my voice. Just know I am not a cute crier. So. All right. I have my microphone in a different place. Please do let me know if you can't hear me or if it starts playing up because, I don't know, it was doing something hinky the other day and all that sort of stuff. Coda will join us as soon as they are possible, that it's possible. And, yeah. All right, let's have a look and get this show on the road.
who is in the comments. Elena has dropped by and said hello. See you in a few minutes. Yeah, it's a little bit more than a few minutes. Monica's going to be working and lurking today, and hope everybody has a really good day. Vanessa's also dropped in and said hello. Good morning, Kay. How are you? Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. We also have books and things with Alicia. Hello. Getting the kiddos ready for bed and reading The Last Olympian, not heading to The Last Olympian, just reading it. 308 of 381. You should be able to finish this tonight. Also making a secondary gold TBR jar. Nice. Christina is also here and booping the like buttons because there is 2 because we're streaming to both channels. Hello, Alicia. How are you? Currently reading a memoir. And hello to Neva as well and booping the like button over there. Neva sprints are happening here. If you are on Dusty Book Sniffers, make sure you head on over and check it all out. Going really well today, Elena. I was a little bit stressed there for a moment in the background thinking, okay, we're not going live today, but we're here. And Elena is also doing great as well. And just hit the like button. Awesome. People saying hello. Vanessa has also liked both channels. Thank you, everybody, for doing that. I know that it's a little bit weird that we stream to both places, but this just helps us to keep our audience engaged and all that. And I know that there's viewers over on Neva's channel that don't necessarily come over to my channel and vice versa. So I don't know why, but anyway, it is what it is. And it's entirely up to everybody. But we appreciate everybody that turns up every week and hangs out with us because it's a lot of fun. And we feel, well, I can only speak for myself, but I feel like we're all friends. And, you know, if I could see you all live too far away from me.
Right. Calling people subscribers is so weird to me because I'm just like,
yeah, because they're not subscribers.
You know what I mean? It's fine.
Yeah. It's very much so. I agree with that. So basically, then there was a ton of comments that we're on our way because of, you know, StreamYard's playing funny buggers. Denise is also here. Is it Denise or Dennis? No, it's Denise. Yeah.
Denise.
It's all right. Yeah, it's Denise. It's all right. I just had a moment there. It's okay. I started out strong. We've been here for 10 minutes and I'm starting to fade already. Nice. It's going to be a good day. On page 91 of The Paris Daughter, really enjoying it. Awesome. Everybody's saying hello. Tia was holding. Everybody was holding. We were definitely in a holding pattern for sure. I'm reading Driftwood Summer by Patty Callahan Henry. Awesome. That's an interesting name. Is that a hyphenated name? I feel like that's a hyphenated name. Anyway, everybody's saying hello. I asked how everybody was, and I'm hoping that everybody is really good. Quiet day for Christina. And how are you today, Neva?
Neva's great. Thank you. Neva, listen, this hair has like changed my personality, I think. Okay. One of the guys at work said they gave him like, because, okay, so at work I have to wear it up like in a bun. So like I pull it all up like this onto the top of my head, right? So it's just like, I don't know. I think that it looks cute even like this, but it has to sit on top of my head. And then I had to put a hairnet on top, and then I have to wear a visor. Okay, it's a time. But he said to me, that it gave him like Cruella vibes, like from like the Emma Stone like origin story. First of all, I'm not doing anything weird to puppies, okay? But I was like, he said that, and I said, welcome to my villain era. And so like now, like the amount of sass that I feel is probably unhealthy. So.
Well, don't be getting sassy with me. I'll sass you right back.
Yeah, but I'm doing great though.
That's awesome. Your hair looks wonderful, by the way.
Thank you.
I like
also,
it.
I feel like my sibling did a great job considering that they've never done my hair before ever. This is their first attempt. So, and they were like, I hope it looks fine. And I was like, bro, it looks great.
It looks good.
One of the girls at work asked who I got it done by, and I told her, and she was like, oh, she's done your hair. Like, they've done your hair a lot. And I was like, no. And they were like, that's their first time doing it. And I was like, Yeah. She was like, wow.
Is it the
so
first time they've ever done anybody's hair or just your hair?
just my hair. But also, like, my sibling is white. Their hair is very different from mine. And like the hair that they have done is not texture like mine is.
Yeah.
I mean, all hair has some texture to it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
they
yeah.
have like they just like tend to cut their hair very short. Not like short, but they do kind of like the I don't want to say like the Justin Bieber cut, but like that's kind of what it is. You know, they'll do like undercut or whatever, and then have like the top, like
The fluffy top.
Yeah. Because they're androgynous, so they don't really. I mean, sometimes they're more girly than other times. But they don't usually do other people's hair. Like they just do their own. They're like, if I fuck up my own hair, fine.
She's done they've done a fabulous job though.
Yeah, they did great. I mean, I had like 2, I think, or 3 that came out of the back, but I think that they came out because they weren't quite sure what they were doing when they started, and you start in the back, right? And then you like move forward. But I told them, I was like, if the ones that come out are the ones that are in the back, I can clip the hair. Like if I can't get her, like if I can't have them redo it right then, I can just clip the hair underneath like the rest of the braids. And if it's down, you can't see it.
Yeah, well, that's it, because it's at the back and underneath. So yeah, but that's good that they have done such a fabulous job, that someone like has because I'm seeing it on camera, so I'm not seeing it up close, but someone in person has actually said that they've done a fabulous job because they've asked where you've got it from and do they do your hair all the time.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna have them do it from now on.
Atia is pretty good considering didn't sleep at all and was up super early. I'm truly surprised that I've been able to be up for this long today. I get like that sometimes where insomnia just kicks in and it's like I'm an ever-ready battery just going. Don't stop. And I'm trying to finish some volumes of manga and picture books so I can return them to the library tomorrow before I start the Kindle reads, which are The Lotus Palace and A Woman is No Man. Awesome. Nice. Good books. Yay for the good days. That's it. I'm trudging through Fangirl Down. Really, just DNF it, Vanessa. Like if it's not your like, I enjoyed it. I thought it was a good read, and I think that I read it ages ago. I don't even think I've vlogged about it. Did I? No, I didn't. I think I just read it. I really enjoyed it. But if you're not enjoying it, just put it down. Vanessa's also updating when I'm sprinting this month. Fun stuff. Awesome. Yeah, it's always fun when you've got to put everything in and then you look at your calendar and go, what am I doing? Alicia is reading a memoir off the Kindle KU challenge. Awesome. Thank you for joining. It's getting sad and making me feel some type of way. I hope you are doing well, Nicole. I am doing well today. Thank you very much. I didn't have much sleep last night, but I must have had a very restful sleep because I feel pretty good today. I mean, my eyes are tired because I haven't slept long enough, but I feel body-wise, I feel really good. Mentally, I feel really good. I've been having some issues with unmotivation and depression and all that sort of stuff, all the fun things that I've never really, like, I've experienced them, but not to this extent before. But I think I'm coming out the other side, which is really good. So I'm actually feeling really good today. Atia, am I saying your name properly? I hope I am. If I'm not, please send me a message on Instagram and maybe break it down phonetically for me, because I am terrible with pronunciations of names. So please, if I'm saying it wrong, just correct me. I will not be offended, and I do not want to offend you either. So by saying your name consistently wrong. And you're watching from Nita's channel. Awesome. We like to see it. Tia is reading One Piece Volume 8. I want to get through a few more chapters of Game of Thrones and Ink Blood Sister Scribe. Are you enjoying Ink Blood Sister Scribe? I enjoyed that book. I thought it was pretty good. So yeah. Yeah, this is obviously when we've come in because we could get here. Hello, Glenda. How are you? It's very exciting stuff happening over in the Neva household. In a couple of days, we have a park birthday party for Ari. So if you didn't know, Ari's birthday was yesterday. Am I right? Because I'm in the future,
Yep.
so I get my days mixed up. So yeah,
It was yesterday. Mm-hmm.
yeah. And having the big shindig in the park on Saturday. So nice. Hello, Ari. How are you?
Say hi.
Hey, you.
Love it. Just love it. Yes, we're loving Neva's hair very much so. And I don't feel so out of place because Neva's got the grey, sporting the grey too. So it's the grey parade.
Twinning.
I give you a big kiss right there.
Thanks, dude.
Kay managed to join in. Thank you for joining and hoping everything is going well in your neck of the woods as well. Lots more love for Neva's hair. Cool Gamer has also joined us as well. Mrs. Peacock is here. Hello. Reading a TikTok by Dean Koontz today. A reread as well. Awesome. This bodes well for me because next month I am trying Dean Koontz for the first time. So this bodes well for me that if you're rereading it, I might like their books as well. So I'm looking forward to it. On chapter 14, this book Won't Burn by Samira Ahmed is how you pronounce that, I'm pretty sure. Enjoying it so far. Ooh. Mrs. Peacock loved the Dark Tower series, Neva, and just finished it too at the beginning of this year. So that's awesome. So at least you've got plans now to get them read on Thursday sprints and Sunday.
Yay.
And I feel like you'll be able to read them at work if you need to.
Yeah, I feel like those I can listen to them at work.
And you are, so this is to Neva.
Me.
So yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So my boyfriend read them. He needs the last book in the series, which I'm going to order this week for him. But he needs the last book in the series, and he was like, "You have to read this." Blah 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 blah. Right. So he read The Silent Patient, and he just thinks that he's like so great for reading The Silent Patient, which that book is great. That book is top tier. But he really wants me to read these. So I was like, okay, I'll read them. Well, then I made the mistake of being like, yeah, I have some friends that are going to read them too, but they're not reading them until 2025. And then he was like, well, if you read them, then you can pick 7 books that I have to read. So now I have to do it before 2025 because I need him to read my books.
This is true. Yeah, and you should speed it up. So yeah, and as you're not doing the Green Rider, it's perfect because at least then you'll know what you're doing. Because I don't know about you, but I actually enjoy the fact that I know every Sunday, your Sunday and your Thursday, and my Monday and Friday, that I am reading a particular book. It just makes life so much easier. I don't have to think about anything on those days. I just get up and I know that that's what I'm reading.
It's not overwhelming to like read things that way because then you have like a schedule.
Yeah, I'm embracing the schedule. I'm okay with just throwing books in here and there. Like, it doesn't bother me too much, but I know for other people, they really need that schedule to help them get through it and all that sort of stuff. But I am embracing this schedule a little bit more, especially with buddy reads and whatnot. So my Wednesday sprints are generally a buddy read. So on Wednesday just gone, I read My Heart is a Chainsaw by Steve Graham-Jones. And had an absolute fun time with it because I read it during sprints. I started it at the beginning and finished it, I think, before my last sprint. So that's what I sort of do. So I know what I'm doing on those days. So I'm either reading a buddy read or, if it's a longer one or whatever, then it'll probably go over 2 weeks. But it makes life so much easier, and then I can slot everything else in. Of course, we're also here doing the KU and Kindle MAYhem. Let us know if you've joined the challenge for the month, or readathon, however you want to name it, and how many books you've done. I just vlogged my 10th book.
We're not going to talk about how many books I've done. I've done 1. Listen, here's why. Because I've only finished 1, but I've DNF'd 2. And then last week, if you watched my vlog that I put up for last week, like it would have gone over last week. I didn't actually finish anything because I got like sucked into Binding 13, which is very long. It's like 700 pages. And then I kind of like forgot that I was supposed to be reading a hockey romance. Like I just kind of like space that I was supposed to read this book. But I am almost like 50% through it, so I'm hoping to finish it by the end of this week's vlog because then. But I got sucked into Binding 13. That's what happened. I got like because I did make it to like 50%. I'm at 52% of Binding 13. So
nice, yeah, because that's a group read, isn't it, with Katie?
Yeah. So originally Katie was doing it like as her Patreon or whatever, and now they're just doing like she's just doing it on her channel. And then also I got to 40% of Funny Story, which is my virtual book clubs book. One of my book club books. But the thing is like I have to just have what is it called? Offside or whatever the hell it's called. Offside. Yeah, offside. I have to just have that one just like sitting like on my Kindle, like the lock screen, because then I'll just open it and automatically read it. But if there's something else sitting on the lock screen, then I forget that I'm supposed to be reading it. I don't know if I'm really going to read any more things by this author, if I'm going to be honest. Like, this one's probably going to be 4 stars, unless the ending is really stupid.
My second week vlog is coming out tomorrow. It'll be up tomorrow.
The second week vlog came out on Monday.
I was going to put mine out on Thursdays, but I'm putting them out on Saturdays because I just don't, because I had the buddy read on Wednesday. I'm not finalizing, so I felt like it was halfway through. So yeah, I just pushed it to Saturdays. So yeah, it's coming out tomorrow, and I've actually had a really good reading week with KU. I've actually found some really good authors and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm on to my 11th book, which is Heart of Night and Fire by Nishara J. Tully, and it is absolutely, according to the cover, an absolutely addictive slow burn fantasy romance.
I will say that also, while I am faster reading on my Kindle than physically, it's still
who needs that?
It's still slower for me to read on my Kindle. Than like if through audio, and I don't really have that many of these that have audio.
So I've actually found audio for all of mine now.
Yeah, so I found audio for some of them via like Everand or whatever.
Yes,
but Offside doesn't have an audio, or it does, but it's Audible exclusive, and I'm not.
Yes, you are reading The Dark Tower and all the rest of it. Hello, Chris. How are you? Linz has also joined us as well. Jean is also here and is going to go off for a walk. I could not wait that long. That's fair enough. Sunray is also here. Hello, just woke up. How are you? Hope your morning's going well and you've got your morning cuppa and enjoying your morning. I'm editing a video scheduled to go up tomorrow, so I'll be lurking. That's fair enough, Vanessa. I'll be lurking too. I do have to get mine. I've got quite a number of clips to piece together, but I feel like there's not going to be much editing this time round because I've done a lot of my videos in one take. So yeah, I feel like it's just going to be, and I've already labeled them all, and I've got five clips to transfer during the sprints at some stage. So yeah, hopefully I can get that all done in the first sprint. It takes oh, hang on, we missed one. Here we go. Okay, I don't understand what this is. Is this a name of a book, or are we responding to someone?
The one up, the book that it was up here that you were.
Oh yeah.
Name, is it hyphenated? So I'm guessing this is just that's just like their initials.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah. We read the comments, and then we probably forget what we've read.
Also, for people who want to Sister Scribe, if you want it right now, it's at least in America, they're doing like an Amazon sale, like a book sale, and it's that book is $1.99 right now.
Yeah, I got it. I ended up getting it on at the time when I started reading it. It was on sale here. I got it for like $4 or something. I think it was. So it was yeah, it was nice and cheap.
It's on sale right now for $1.99.
Mm.
If you live in America, I don't know where else like this because there's like a giant Amazon book sale going on. So they're doing ebooks and physical books, maybe audiobooks too. I don't know.
Okay.
I looked at the Kindle deals. I'm gonna be honest with you, because I'm not buying physical books right now. If I can help it.
Yeah, I'm a bit the same at the moment as well. I'm just I'm not actually buying a lot of. I'm only buying mostly secondhand physical books. So yeah. It does take a bit of practice to going back and forth between the both of you. It does. Like the way I sort of do it, like I would do it if it was me. I would hang out for a chatty bit on Dusty's, and then for the next chat, and a sprint, and then the next chatty bit when we come back, go over to Neva's and that. But either way, we just appreciate whatever channel you're on. We appreciate the fact that you're here and hanging out with us. Hello, Ulysses. How are you? Everybody's saying hello. I've been looking for a reason to continue the Green Rider series. Well, come to the right place. We are starting with book 1, which is a reread for me because I read it ages ago, so I'm rereading it. And we're starting on the 23rd. We have a Discord where you can go and check that out, and all the information is under the group reads tab. And you'll be able to see the breakdown for the first 3 books are there, so you'll be all good. Your hair looks pretty from Mrs. Peacock.
Thank you.
Hello, Jess. How are you? I am watching as many Harry Potter's movies as I can today, and decided to get Insurgent and read off my TBR. Awesome. Sounds like a great day, actually. Finishing Percy Jackson, book 4. Alicia made me want to continue before I read God Killer. Let me know when you're reading God Killer, Kay. I can probably buddy read that with you if you want.
Oh, I got God Killer for like $1.99 off of that Amazon sale.
Man, I've got to get on Amazon. What the hell's going on over there?
Because I need to
I've
read
got
it.
Kindle. I don't have.
I went over and I decided to look and see. I just wanted to see like what they had, and one of the first books that it gave me was freaking God Killer, and I almost bought that the other day at the bookstore, but I didn't buy it at the bookstore. I ended up getting Cruel Prince and Serpents and Their Wings of Night because they had the hardcover version of Serpents and the Wings of Night, which is obviously more expensive.
Looking at me when I said my birthday stuff.
Okay, for anybody in Australia, evidently the book sale's not happening here.
But the Serpent and the Wings of Night, I don't know if anybody's ever seen the hardcover. I have it in footage for my vlog for this week because I did a mini book haul. It was 2 books. Okay. But I was like, well, I'll just get and she checked it out and everything, and I was like, okay, well, I don't have quite enough money to get both on the same transaction. Well, Serpent and the Wings of Night made it so that I had spent $100, and so I got a $10 credit. So Cruel Prince only cost me $3.
What?
Nice.
So I was like, go ahead, let's do it.
Oh, awesome! I am pronouncing it correctly. It's always a bit how you going with me and names. It's just I'm just not good at it. Inkblood Sister Scribe is awesome. I agree. It's a pretty good book. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Happy birthday to Ari. Rachel has also joined us. I'm having a lovely day, and your hair looks so cute and pretty. It's so nice. If I can find them, I'll read them with you. So there you go.
Yeah.
Because I have not read them yet.
I don't think we've ever done a buddy read together. That's fun.
Allie Cat is here as well. Hello to Rachel. I'm trying to do KU Mayhem, but I also have to clear some library books. That's fair enough. And my brain is not braining correctly. I have moments like that all the time. It's all good. Hey, Jen, how you going? I'm reading a self-published book written by a friend's friend. And it is not good. but I said I'd read it.
That's the worst when you're like, sure, I'll be like a beta reader or a alpha reader. Which, if you don't know what the difference between that is, an alpha reader is just like a person that reads it as an alpha. So like they have to read all of the things before it's actually edited, and a beta reader needs to read it for after it's been edited at least once. So like I was a beta reader for my friend Amber. Her book is actually good. I pre-ordered it, just so you know. I mean, do I know anything about marriage? No. Is this book about marriage? Yes, it is. But you know what? I still pre-ordered it because you love to support. But it's the worst when you are asked to beta read and you're like, of course I'll beta read for you. And then you read it and you're like, this is terrible. Just so you know. But I'm just saying. Because then you feel like you have to read it anyway.
Yeah. Because you feel obligated, especially if they're a friend too.
Yeah.
I like my friends to be honest. That's why I don't write, because they tell me that my writing is shit. I just don't open myself up to that. Hello, Steph. How are you? I'm reading When the Moon Hatched, but I'm thinking I might switch to something else tonight. You were going to say, Neva, sorry?
So I said if I wrote something and had my friends read it, they'd be like, ma'am, why don't you just stick to singing? Because you're good at that. And this, you're at this. This is not what you're good at.
I know my faults, and writing is one of them. So, yeah, I'd never do anything like that. And if you want to be deaf, I'm your girl. If I sing, I'm your girl. If you actually don't want to ever hear anything ever again, because that's what my voice will do to you. Hello, Tanil. How are you? Home from the community centre and hoping to have a snack and then read Sunbringer. Awesome. How are you enjoying it? I know that Brittany, Leandra, and Julie were having a fun time on sprints about it the other day. I'm going to make coffee in the first sprint, I think. Awesome. We approve of this. Lots of coffee is needed. Looks like God Killer is also on the Kindle sale. Yeah, not here. Not here.
Yeah, God Killer is on the Kindle sale. I got it for $1.99. It was the first book. Because I bought that one and I bought Inkblood Sister Scribe. Because they were the two that I knew I wanted to read. Because a lot of them are also on KU. Like I was going to buy the... well, this is going to age me, but that's fine. So the creator of VeggieTales, Phil Vischer, he wrote like a memoir book. It's called Me, Myself, and Bob. If you don't know who Bob is the tomato.
Yeah.
Okay. But I love VeggieTales. Like I grew up watching VeggieTales. Like to this day, like I have already watched VeggieTales because I feel like that they explain Bible stories really well for children without making it like scary. You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
So if you ever want to see me, like, if you ever like sing a song, I could always sing a VeggieTales song. I can hear the theme song in my head. But I was gonna buy it because it's like 99 cents or $1.99 or something. But it's also on KU, so I was like, I'll just read it. No, so I'll just read it on KU. You can try it on Saturday. It will fit. It's a one size fits all, and you are not very large, so it'll fit you.
Yeah, here God Killer is $9.99 on Kindle and $12.99. If you buy the Kindle, you get the book for $12.99.
Oh yeah, the reason I don't think that this is pertaining to Audible, I think it's only like even in the US, like I think it's only physical and audio or physical and ebooks is because I downloaded when I bought God Killer and I bought Inkblood Sister Scribe, they were still each $12 or they were still like $13. They were like $12.49 to add the audio, which tells me that there's not actually an Audible sale at all.
No. But yeah, there's not even a Kindle sale in my neck of the woods.
No, I'm sorry.
This is rude. That's rude. So the memoir is really good. It's called I'm Not Crazy, Just Bipolar by Wendy Williamson. Nice. I have my Green Rider book all tabbed in preparation for next week. Go to Neil. I have mine tabbed too. I'm ready. I am ready. So I'm glad that you're joining. And for anybody else that wants to join, the information is all on Dusty Booksniffers Reading Nook Discord, not the Kindle Mayhem one. That's a separate Discord altogether. So yeah. I'm so excited to be starting. I'm determined to get my NetGalley arc done. Every time I pick it up, every time I pick it up to read, something happens to prevent me getting more than one chapter done. Well, you'll be all happy to know with my NetGalley, I have actually got my after my schmozzle of the beginning of the week, I have gone from 21 ebooks down to 16. So I've got one in the process at the moment that I'm reading. So I should be finished that either tonight or tomorrow morning. That because my plans have changed for the weekend now. So I'm just going to focus on all of my arcs. And I also did up a to-doist list for my NetGalley and put them all in the months and all the rest of it. And with Amazing Readathon, I managed to get 9 arcs that are overdue onto my sightseeing and 1 KU that
I
pages.
I am trying to decide how I'm going to do this for Amazing Readathon because I also have a bunch of backlist arcs. I also I might actually do this after I finish Harry Potter. It'll depend on how I'm feeling. I might just crawl into a hole. But I need to.
We might just get Neva's silent screen and just occasional comments groaning and moaning.
I need to start Protect Your Gaze, but I don't actually know if Coda has started it. And I don't want to start it without him because technically it's not due until July. So like we technically have like all of June that we could also read this book.
Mm-hmm. When I spoke to Coda on Wednesday, he hadn't started it.
Yeah, so but I need to start that at some point, but whatever.
I will message you, Kay, and discuss. So yeah, I'm thinking about something, but anyway, I will discuss with you over on Insta. So yeah, it was 2 books, still a book haul. That's it. Sounds super interesting. I'll have to check that out. That does sound I'm not crazy, I'm bipolar. That does sound really good. Hello, Olivia, how are you? Everybody's saying hello. We're almost to the end of the comments, Neva. What? Who are we?
I mean, truly, that never happens on Thursday.
Just here to say hi, hitting the like buttons because I'm going to go to sleep. That's fair because I'm pretty sure Olivia's in Europe. Yeah,
she's not going to live. So
I want coffee. I need coffee too, and I haven't taken my vitamin B, and I can actually feel myself fading. Sunbringer is very dramatic. Lots of dire circumstances. Nice. I like dire circumstances. Hello, Melissa. How are you? Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. But my son keeps telling me you already had your 3 cups of coffee today. Oh, no. Coffee, please? What is that? No, you can't have that negativity in your life. I think it's time for your son to go to bed.
And then you have Ari, where I will be literally drinking a cup of coffee, and she'd be like, "Do you need me to make you more coffee, Mom?"
Because I feel like Ari is already, like, when she wakes up, she's on cup 10 level of energy for the day, and she hasn't had a single one.
How to get where I am. She's like Anna from Frozen. If I'm awake, the sun's awake. It's time to play. You know?
I love it. I love her energy.
And the sun comes at 5:30 in the morning right now, so that's.
Sunrise says need coffee. Yawning over here. Oh no. I keep thinking Green Rider sounded familiar. I found it's been out. It's been on my Amazon wish list forever. Well, you can read it next week. It started. Yeah, read it with us. Of course, you can get them on Kindle and all that sort of stuff. You don't need the physical books or anything. But all the information and the breakdown and everything, Rachel, is over in the Discord. Yes, I agree. Sleep well to Olivia. And right. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. No negativity. All right. Let me have a look here. I'm just going to do a bit of editing and add an item. a no media slot. Okay, cancel. All right, we're going to do it a different way. Hopefully this won't do anything to upset the apple cart for the stream. If I disappear, that may be because StreamYards is playing hinky again, because I don't have the timer up at the moment and I'm about to share it. So fingers crossed that we stay live. Looks like it's all worked. Oh, we're behind. That's interesting. Let's change that. There we go. All right, we're going to do an hour sprint. We'll be back in an hour. Neva may or may not be back.
I mean,
Because we're reading Harry Potter.
my
Yeah.
face just might not be on the camera.
So yeah. All right, we'll see you all in an hour. And thank you to everybody for your patience with all the hiccups this morning going live. We really appreciate you all hanging around and being here, and we'll see you soon. It's right at the wrong time. Like, right at, like, go, Mrs. Weasley. Oh. So, yeah.
Actually,
Oh,
no.
Hello.
hello. Are you okay?
Here. Here. That's two. Yeah.
You're the best. Thanks.
I'm not a cute crier, like I said.
I'm like goosebumps. I haven't cried yet. I've felt things, but I haven't cried yet. So I'm not completely dead inside because I am feeling stuff. And yeah. And I'm like, I don't want this sprint. I'm like, keep going. I don't want to stop here. Oh, it's just like, oh, yeah. So I'll just read one line on that. It's like, not my daughter, you bitch. That's where I'm up to. And I'm like, go. I think I even did this because the book was in front of me. So yeah, it's like,
Yeah, I'm not quite that far. I'm chapter 33. I think I'd like just started this chapter. I don't know how to say where I am without spoiling
yeah, that's fair.
for people that haven't read this. Yeah. I'm emotional.
My heart is racing. Like I feel like I'm in this battle. Like, because
you would think, yeah, I've been sitting. You haven't heard me sniffling this whole time. You would think after 17 years of reading these books that this would not affect me this badly.
I can see why it would, because you know what's coming and you know that, and like for you as well, this is something that you did with your mum.
Yeah.
As well. So there's also that added emotional stuff in there as well. So I can see why people would get upset knowing, even though you know it's coming, you still like, yeah, you get upset and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm on chapter 33. People are dying. I'm not gonna say like who, because that would spoil stuff. But it's only downhill from here. So I'm sure there will be, because I know there's more tears to come before we get to the other side of this. I think it's better though that I decided to finish the pages out on my Kindle instead of listening. Like I'm just listening to like music, like a book playlist that I made. Instead of using the audiobook, because I would have made myself push through the audiobook. Okay.
I hit myself in the nose.
Okay, Nicole will be right back. So we will finish that thought in a moment. I'll start reading comments. Hopefully, did she star? I don't think she did. I think we're here. Hello, Michael. Hello, Jamie. After finishing over 1,200 pages of reading with eyeballs in 2 days, I'm listening to an audiobook, This Sprint Passing by Nella Larson. Wonderful. Hello, Katie. Just joining. How's everyone's Thursday? Our Thursday so far is great. How is yours? Allie, 58% of The Witcher, The Time of Contempt, got to go now. Thanks. Okay, goodbye, Allie. I'm sure you're gone. Everyone's saying hello. Getting distracted in this sprint. Might try to read next sprint. Guess I'm trying not to focus on just reading, but also kind of just waking myself up. That's fair. Hi, Kelsey. Reading a Kindle Unlimited book called There Are 3 Women and 4 Men. Is this like a reverse harem? Like, what is this? That wouldn't be a reverse harem anyway. That would be like, what is this book about, Kelsey? Denise read 42 pages on page 132. Jamie got to 29% in passing and started cleaning kitten kennels. Wonderful. 54, chapter 13, A Twisted Love Story by Samantha Downing. I hope you love this book. I think I read this book last year.
And me are in the comments.
Sure, all right, be quiet. Go to sleep. Oh, Nicole's back. Hi, Nicole. Here, I'll start.
Hello. That's all
Um,
right. You can keep going.
Oh, well, I was going to finish my thought, which now I forgot. Hold on. Oh, I'm glad that I'm doing this on my Kindle instead of the audiobook, because I would have made myself push through the audiobook and just, like, at least with the Kindle, like, I've stopped and, like, given myself time to, like, grieve.
Fair enough.
Look at characters and then move on. I swear, only book people understand the whole, like, grieving book characters thing. I feel like other people just look at us like we're silly. Here, drink some water. Melissa read 94 pages. Settle down. Katie got to 80% of Final Offer by Lauren Asher. I hope that you're liking this book. This is the third book, I think. And I did not finish the third book because I didn't like the way that Cal was written. But I might go back and retry it since I read Love Unwritten. And he makes a cameo in that book. And I like his character in that book. Honestly, I liked his character in the other two Dreamland Billionaires books too. I just didn't like the way that they wrote him in his own book. I don't know if that even makes sense. Alicia got the kids to bed and have exactly 40 pages left of The Last Olympian. You'll definitely finish. Hello, Maria. Finally able to sit down and read for the first time today. I'll be starting Yours Truly by Abby Jimenez. I never know how to say this. Everyone puts an inflection somewhere.
Well, I went to school with a guy, and his last name was Jimenez. That's how it was pronounced. That's how everybody pronounced it.
Hers is pronounced with an H.
Okay.
Hers is pronounced like the Spanish pronunciation of a J.
So,
but it's where they put the inflection. Because some people say it Jimenez and some people say it Jimenez. Does that make sense? You know, I should just go watch like an interview with her or go watch her episode of Cupcake Wars. Okay, well, you're up to lay down right now. You're supposed to be sleeping. Good night. Are you having a hard time, Nicole? Bad place to stop or just rough stuff going on? Or both?
Both.
That's a lot.
Although I'm not crying.
I'm the crier here. And actually,
I do cry at books, and some books I have sobbed. But
listen, I had to.
I don't know. I think maybe that if I hadn't seen the movies, I might be a little bit more.
See, the movies make me cry too.
Oh yeah, I cry in the movies.
I cry like at the end of.
I cry in all movies.
I actually had to keep my camera off for a second because I was actually relatively calm once I turned my camera on. But I looked up and it said there were 10 seconds left of the sprint, and I literally because when I cry, I don't tend to stop my tears. My therapist says it's more healing for you to not stop your tears, to just let them fall. So I have actual I just had tears just rushing down, hanging off my chin. It was pretty ugly, to be honest with you. And I was like, I can't come back on camera like that. So just got back from getting wisdom teeth out. Ooh, I hope you're feeling okay. I hope you're drugged.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope you're drugged to the hilt, mate.
Steph read 45 pages of Lady of Darkness and really intrigued so far. I know Steph also has finished because she didn't want to stop at our pages last week, so she just read the rest of it because she made a post on Instagram. Yours Truly is my favorite one by Abby Jimenez. I'm just gonna say it Jimenez, okay? That's just how I'm gonna say it. And if I'm wrong, I don't want to be right. You know what I'm saying? I need to start reading Abby Jimenez. Katie has been on my head about this. And I know who she is because she was on Cupcake Wars, and I know where I know her outside of the author realm because she was on Cupcake Wars on the Food Network, and also I know where her bakery is in Minnesota too. My grandma's been there, and she took pictures for me, and I need to go there. So that's fun. Did you guys get to the? We are past this part. Rachel. We got to this part not last week, but the week before. Not last reading time, so not Sunday, but last Thursday was when we read through that part. So we're past that. We're in the middle of the battle at Hogwarts. That doesn't actually give anything away because you see that movie. We could have been like, sorry.
But I didn't, because like we were already like half an hour late to the live stream because of StreamYard. So
hi, Brianna, my darling friend. Oh, also I got a notification that my Clio bag has shipped. If anyone doesn't know what the Clio bag is, I'm gonna do an unboxing when it comes on my channel, and I'm probably on Instagram too.
I feel like you've been waiting for that for a while to ship.
So, okay, so she is a small business. I just want to caveat that because a lot of people were getting like pretty shitty with her about the fact that her shipment, because so these bags, when I ordered in March. They were supposed to ship out in April and be to me by like the middle of April, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's now the middle of May, and she just got the shipment she was supposed to get at the end of March.
Because they were held up in customs or something, weren't they?
Yeah, so it had to do with the actual shipping of the bags to her. It didn't have anything to do with her. There was nothing she could do. She'd already paid for them. She was waiting for them to come, but people were being really crappy to her. Like,
people are dicks when it comes to that sort of stuff.
She's a small business. Like, she only started, I think, like at the beginning of last year, or the middle of last year, something. Like, she's very new. She's not even like a year old, I don't think. And she didn't expect it to blow up the way that it did, but essentially this is a purse that has this dedicated Kindle pocket. It's the first bag to have a dedicated Kindle pocket, but also have room for all of your other like purse essentials. And I ordered one, and I am going to order another one because they come in colors now. When I ordered, she only had black, and then like 2 weeks after I ordered, she had the colors. But she has a pink one that's like strawberry milkshake, I think it is. She has a matcha latte, which is a green. She has a lavender one, and then
A red one?
What is she called? Vanilla latte, which is like a it's like a beigey color, and I really want the pink one.
Vanilla.
But I kind of want the vanilla latte one too, because I feel like I might have outfits where the black one would be too harsh.
Can I have a
But also,
vanilla, like not the bag, but the drink? Can I have a vanilla latte soon?
No, do you know what caffeine is in a vanilla latte?
I really want it.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
I feel like you don't need caffeine. I feel like you've used up everybody's quota.
Maybe we'll go down to Smoky Row and you can get a kid vanilla latte, because they do make those where it doesn't have any caffeine in it.
Yeah.
Do they have any lattes?
Yeah, go to sleep.
That's not a vanilla.
What's up? Were you gonna say something, Nicole? Oh.
No, it's fine.
Rachel said, "Oh, that part." Yeah. The battle. The battle of Hogwarts. It's my favorite part of the whole book. Okay, great. Good job. Go to sleep. Good night. Yeah, the battle at Hogwarts, it's my favorite part for emotional damage, so it's fine. I always laugh out loud at "Not my daughter, you bitch." Yeah, I think
that was so unexpected, because I was immersive reading, and I'm like reading along, and then I'm like, who's saying that? And then when I realized what it was, I'm like, go.
She says that in the movie too, I think. I'm pretty sure Molly says that in the movie as well.
I realized the other day that I have only actually seen the Deathly Hallows once. Of all the movies, I've watched them that many times, but I think it's because Savannah doesn't watch the last movie a lot. And
it's definitely the hardest one to watch, because you have to watch everything happen.
Yeah.
It's the hardest one to watch.
Yeah, and I think for the most part they've watched the last movies in their room. And my husband has always controlled the TV because he's, I don't know, it gives him comfort to hold that remote, I think. I don't know.
Because he's a man, that's why.
Yeah. So and he doesn't rewatch stuff, so there would be no way that I get to rewatch anything unless he's not home. So yeah.
Yeah, so basically everyone does. I mean, not really, but like that's how it feels, you know? I don't think I've ever cried over a book. Maybe I'm just an unemotional person when it comes to characters in books. Or maybe it's because you read Chris. It's literally because all you read are books that should make a normal person cry. That's why. I feel like
okay, so I've had this discussion about horror movies. Like back in the 80s, I used to always watch a lot of horror movies and they didn't affect me like some of my other friends. I feel like, Chris, you have
you're
desensitized yourself to all the trauma, because if you don't read a lot of trauma, when there is trauma in a book, I think you're greatly affected by it. So yeah.
Or if you are a person like me where I like will read a palate cleanser book in between. So I'll read a book that's not super traumatizing in between books that are traumatizing. And so then when I go back into a book that's traumatizing, I've just read some kind of a palate cleanser that's not. And so the trauma still affects me because I'm not just reading trauma. But all you read is trauma, Chris. We got to get you on some fun books.
All the fun stuff. And like my best mate that I've known her for 45 years. How old am I? Anyway, we've known each other a long time, way too many years to count. But she always says that I'm dead on the inside. That I'm cold-hearted because I don't like, let me just put it out here. Like, I do cry. There are books that have made me cry, but it's more the happy things that make me cry as opposed to the sad things. So when something good happens, so are these tears of sadness? Probably not. They're tears of happiness and all the rest of it. But if I'm watching something, it's firing different things in my brain. I'm actually seeing the person's expressions and stuff through the sad and happy moments. So I can be a blubbering mess through an entire movie.
And I am also aware of the fact that like I have a very overactive imagination, because my imagination, like as a child, like with my trauma, like I had to use my imagination to escape, right? So I have a very vivid imagination. So when I read things, I see it in my head, and not everyone can do that. Like there are
I'm the same. I've like got a movie playing in my head.
Like, yeah, like if you say to somebody like imagine an apple, like some people like me, I imagine an apple and I can like taste it, smell it, almost feel it, you know what I mean? But some people can't imagine things in their mind at all. So like I imagine things very vividly in my mind, so reading them can definitely triggers my
that's why when Twilight came out, how I imagined all the people in the book did not align with the movies, and evidently it was the same for my husband, because we sat down and watched that together, and when the father walked out, we both just cracked up laughing. Like,
well, here's the thing, the actual actors themselves were fine for me. What really tipped me over the edge of Twilight was I did not like when they said that they glitter like diamonds. I saw like a prism, right? Like in my head.
I was the same, and that's how I seen it as well.
What we got was Edward went to the strip club and got glitter thrown all over his body and forgot to shower. That's what we got.
I actually, my words when he glittered like that in the movie was, my husband goes, "Oh, he's been to the strippers." I said, "He's been more to the strippers. It looks like he's just crawled out of Tinkerbell's ass."
He's had a rough night, bro. Like he went to a private party or something. Because wow. Christina did March sketches. Wonderful. I hit up a critique partner asking if I should remove a sex scene because it's just kind of there. Like I like it. I like how it's written. Lay down before I take that unicorn away. But it's not doing anything other than being there.
Sorry, also, I shouldn't add commentary if she can hear me. So
now go to sleep.
Ari, you've got to go to sleep so you're rested for school tomorrow, because it's going to be an exciting day before your birthday and all.
Yeah, bro.
You're going to have to get lots of sleep because it's going to be a big day on Saturday.
Yes, but you have your big birthday party on Saturday, correct? Go to sleep.
Need all the sleep.
Well, Rachel, you have to decide, I guess. What did your critique partner say? The only thing keeping me reading is Cal and Cammie's relationship. Yeah, here's the thing. I'm going to be real, Katie. Since this is how you're feeling, I feel like I can say this to you and not offend you, because we don't know each other very well. So here's the thing. I am not even sure I liked that. And here's why. Because I feel like in the first 2 books, which this is Dreamland Billionaires, if anyone's wondering, this is like, it's by Lauren Asher, but it's like Disney World, but not. I felt like
Very vague description.
I felt like the brothers, right, the way that their dynamics worked in the first 2 books, we knew that Cal had addiction issues. Like, we know that from the jump. He is an alcoholic, and I think he might use other drugs too. I don't remember, but we know that he like has a drinking problem at the very least. But it doesn't seem to be like the forefront. Like, no one, like, people care that he has a drinking problem, but it's not like a thing where they're like, wow, he's out of control, right? But then we get the 3rd book, and I only read 30% of this book before I just set it down and was like, I'm going to walk away from this from now, because we literally get in a scene where he's passed out in the attic, and is like, he's like burning pictures, and then he passes out in the attic because he's so drunk. And
While
I was
burning pictures. He did not burn the house down?
that's what I'm saying. But I was also like, we haven't seen this entire time.
Mm.
Can you read comments for a second?
Yep. The response was, leave the sex scene alone. In fact, add more. All the sex scenes. Bugger the word count. Okay, so we're writing a spicy book now. I love the other 2 books. This one I'm just trying to finish because of a book club. That's fair enough. That's fair enough, Katie. Oh, the Pringles have come out. It's a phone call. Jimenez. Okay. Cool. Yeah, like Australians butcher everything. So yeah. Thanks, Bree. I've not read anything by this author, so I have no idea. Rachel only ugly cries, which is why I never cry. In real life, if something's happening and I'm crying and someone goes to hug me, I'm like, don't touch me. Like, just get away from me. And it was quite funny because I had a situation when I first met my husband, and there was something going on with my eldest daughter, and I started crying, and I was quite upset and all the rest of it. And a friend of mine went to get, like, that I'd known for a couple of years, and that went to give me a hug, and my husband just went woof with his hand to stop him from giving me a hug. I'm like, please don't touch me. I don't touch me. Just don't. And I know why that is, because it was something that happened when I was younger, and that I know why I'm like that. But it's quite off-putting to a lot of people because they automatically want to hug you when you're crying. Yeah. I'm not in pain, but numbing drugs haven't worn off yet. Ooh. You might want to have those tablets ready to go. Ari is Ari's as if caffeine was a person. That's it. That's exactly right. I feel like she never needs caffeine at all. I tried to get a Pelican's book or something fun, and a publisher sent me an ARC that's a memoir of someone dying of cancer who confronts her traumatic past. Oy, that's a trip. That sounds like a journey. Big time. Yes, happy things make me cry more than sad things do. Yeah. I always cry at the happy things. I just think, because I'm just so happy that it's worked out for the person and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. And if it's in real life too, my kids just look at me, roll their eyes. Crazy lady. I cry from relationships, but very rarely books or movies. Relationships are hard, like, though, because it's a grieving process that you go through with relationships and whatnot. Unless I'm invested in the character, yeah, that can sometimes make me cry too. Like, it's sad or happy as well. And I think I do more happy tears than I do sad tears over a book or a movie or a show. But I'm usually aware that a lot of sad and emotional is manipulation rather than genuine part of the story. This is true. This can be true. But I think for me, like, movies make me cry more at sad things because I can actually like see the emotion on the person's face. So that triggers something and whatnot. So Neva's just telling me that she's actually here, but Ari's on the phone. So so yeah. Her birthday is on Saturday. Tell her happy birthday. We will pass on the message when she comes back. Yeah, he gets better throughout the book and works through a lot of it. Oh, this is the alcoholic character, is this correct? That Neva was just talking about, but it was completely from the middle of nowhere, and I'm sure I was thrown through a loop. Well, that's fair. Like, if it's not been mentioned in the other two books, and this is the third one, I was listening, but there was stuff going on. I'm assuming this is the third one, and it's just like halfway through, and it's just been thrown in there. These are weird. That's a choice. That I think that would throw me through a loop too, especially if that character hasn't been that way. I think I took a nap. That's fine. At my desk. So no reading happened. And I have no regrets. That you should never have regrets. And but you've been up all night. So I'm not surprised you took a nap at your desk. Christina cries at everything. Happy, sad, books, shows, commercials. Oh, commercials. There is one commercial that gets me. I don't know what it is, but it's a Qantas ad here in Australia. I still call Australia home. Oh my God. Every time I hear that, I just cry and I cry and I cry. And I do not know why. I don't know. It just releases something in me. I feel really good after it. That it's like it's cathartic. It's a commercial that's really cathartic for me. So yeah, makes up for hardly crying at anything. But I cannot find anything that scares me. Oh, I jumpstart all the time. I don't even need to be watching a movie. I think some of you have been on a stream when my daughters come out and snuck out and scared the bejesus out of me, and I've actually yelled out, "Oh, F," and yeah. That was a couple of weeks ago I did that. They do it all the time. They jump scare me all the time. Yep, it's who she was talking about. Okay, cool. It's mentioned lightly in the other books, but not to this degree at all. I loved Cal in the first two books, but Rowan from book one is my favorite. Nice. I've not read any of these books, but I think that I might have to have a little bit of a closer look on that. And with that, we have got to the end of the comments. So we're going to go for a sprint so I can finish Harry Potter. And look at that. We're at the end of the comments and within the allotted time slot as well. So look at us go. We're being all productive today. Just know that this may never happen again. So yeah. Jump scares are different. My son loves to do that to us. Hubby makes a really funny sound when my son gets him. With time to spare. Who are you? I know. We're body snatched. All right, let me just refresh this and we'll go to a sprint. Yes, we'll be back. I don't know about Neva because we're getting to the end of the book. So Neva may be just voice only in the next chatty bit. But happy reading, everybody, or napping. And we'll see you soon. I just have to plug my mic back in because my I was transferring and my computer doesn't like the mic being used. So you'll have to let me know if it works okay after I plug it in.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Awesome. How'd you go?
We're still. This book gets worse before it gets better, bro. I cannot. Okay. The one thing that's reading with your eyes while you cry is that all of the words swim on the page, even when you're reading on an e-reader. So, I made it to the beginning of chapter 35. So there will be more tears. I have an hour and 7 minutes left, it says.
I have finished.
You're finished? I'm not surprised. Were you doing audio though?
I was immersive reading, yeah.
Immersive reading, yeah. Anyways, I'm at the top of chapter 35. Like I literally finished chapter 34 as like this book was ending. And I know that chapter 35 makes me cry, so that's gonna be great. And my eyes are puffy and red, and I probably look ugly, but it's
You don't look ugly.
oh God. Yeah, this book is great. The time of my life, honestly. It's fine. We're gonna get through it. You know, that's why I only read this series once a year because I cannot take this emotional damage more. Also, like this year, it's like it's hitting differently. Maybe because this is gonna be morbid, but maybe because like I'm sitting in the house. Like my mom died here too.
Yeah.
So I think it's just like all the emotions. Okay, so yeah, I'm fine. I'll be fine. I probably will literally read nothing else for the rest of the night. I will probably watch YouTube. Because
well, I have finished, and I feel like the ending was a little bit anticlimactic.
the jump in time, you mean?
No, not the jump in time, not the epilogue, but no, just like there was all this. Spoilers needs to go up because I am going to talk spoilers.
Hold on, friends.
Yeah, it's all right. I got it. Okay, so I've only seen the movies once, right? And we are like anybody that's seen the movies or read the book knows how it ends. But the battle between leading up to that, it was very exciting and thrilling, and you're on the edge of the seat. Will they? Won't they? All that sort of stuff. Like taking the fact that I already knew who wins and all that sort of stuff. But taking that out, I thought in the books I had because everybody's just told me that the books are so much better. The ending, right? I found it to be a little bit anticlimactic because they're circling each other, and then just boom. That's it. Yay, cheers, go up, done. There was lead up to it, but I just felt like that actual scene was a little anticlimactic. I would have liked a little bit more sparks and magic, and not just, this essentially where we started, that the spell backfired and that's why Harry survived. And then basically right back in the beginning when we learned why he survived.
So here,
yeah.
So here's what I feel about it. I feel like it's not supposed to be. I feel like
there's just all this anticipation that they're going to battle it out,
but I feel
and it wasn't really a battle in my.
But it
mind.
We have to remember that the only people that believed that they had to battle it out was everyone around them and Voldemort. Harry, Ron, not Harry and Ron. No, Harry Well, Dumbledore and then Snape and then Harry all knew from this book, right? From like chapter, I don't know, 34,
Yeah.
33, or
Yeah.
whatever it is when he goes to pensive. The three of them knew that it was not supposed to be this like giant battle, whatever. Now, the only reason it turned into a battle was because Voldemort thought that turning everything into a battle and Harry watching everything.
Yeah. I get all that. I just feel like, you know,
But
they just walked it.
I think it's not supposed to be, really, because Harry knows what he has to do in order to kill Voldemort.
Yeah.
And he does
Got
it.
all that. Got all that.
And
I
then
just feel
I feel like
with all the build up, then there was nothing.
I feel like there was build up because the people around him believed that there was supposed to be, that they were supposed to watch them like duel it out. Because at this point, Voldemort is weak.
But that's
like
that's
Voldemort
yeah. I
has
know that he's weak,
but he doesn't know that he's weak. That's the thing.
I know. I realize that he doesn't realize it. Yeah,
he's so brutalized at this point.
Yeah.
That, and obviously he doesn't know that Harry was like got a piece of him until it was too late. Like by the time you figured it out, like you're dead, bro.
Suck in, dude.
Even Voldemort thought that he was stronger than he was because even though he knew that Harry was fighting the Horcruxes, he didn't feel the Horcruxes die. It didn't actually physically hurt him for the Horcruxes to die. The only thing that physically hurt him was in the first book when Harry touches Quirrell's face, right? Like when he puts his actual hands on his bare skin. And then when he tries to break into his mind in the fifth book, when they're it's him and Voldemort and Dumbledore like battling in the Ministry of Magic, and he tries to possess Harry then, but it physically hurts him to possess Harry because of Lily's protection.
Yeah. I get all of that. I understand all that. I just feel like what I feel like the author has got to that point and went, you know what, I'm done, and just scribbled some words. That's what it felt like to me. So
I felt like because we were following Harry the whole time, I didn't feel like it was supposed to be super like, you know what I mean? Because we see all like the turmoil around him, but I just didn't feel like I've never really felt like the demise of Voldemort was necessarily supposed to be like a big.
Yeah, I would have just liked it. I mean, I'm not saying it was a bad ending. That, like, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that just for me, it felt like, you know, they walked around. I don't know. I just like a little bit more when two like a villain and a hero comes up against each other than them walking around into. I just felt like in my mind it just was like they circled each other like pit bulls.
I guess,
and then one laid down to die.
I think the other thing is with fantasy, when there's magic involved, I don't necessarily expect it to be. If this was like a non-magical book, like if this was like something that it was like some like story of Troy, right, where they're using like physical weapons. I mean, a wand is a physical weapon, but what I mean is like they're using like swords, right? Then like in fantasy like that, I expect there to be some kind of battling it out, because like there's no just like casting a spell and then dude dies. Like, you know what I mean? I think when there's magic, this is me personally. This is, I mean, I don't like whatever, but this is me personally. When there's magic involved, I feel like the magic does the job, right? We don't necessarily, because like when Voldemort kills people, there's no like, I mean, except for spoiler song, except for when, you know, Snape dies, obviously that's a gruesome, but like for the most part, if Voldemort is going to kill you, he just Avada Kedavras you. There's some green light and you're dead. Like it's not like,
yeah, but that's what I mean. Like like,
you know what I mean? Like it's,
you know, like other things we've got like a little bit of a tussle. Like there was just that little bit of an extra tussle, and this one it just felt, I don't know, throughout the entire series, we've, apart from Voldemort when he decides that you no longer need to be breathing the same air as him, that, you know, but with Harry and Voldemort, there's just been that little bit more of a tussle, and I just feel like it was a little too easy.
I also feel like Harry gets to the point where he's like, okay, I've done what I need to do. It's time for you to be gone now.
Yeah.
Right? Because Harry knows that theoretically that the only piece of him that Voldemort is actually going to kill is the Horcrux.
Mhm.
He knows that theoretically that he will come back to life.
Mhm.
You know, the resurrection trope. Love it or
Mhm.
hate it, it's there. he know. I think that deep down he knows
Yeah.
that by sacrificing himself, he's not dead forever.
Yeah.
But
And I like I get all that. That's not
anxiety of
that.
But when he comes
Yeah.
back, I think he's just kind of like, you know what, dude? I'm sick of looking at your face at this point.
Yeah. I just would have liked a few more sparks. I just felt it like it was very.
I don't know if my heart could take any more sparks, Nicole.
Yeah, I realize that, and it's only my first time reading it through, and I may change my mind when I get to the next read through if I ever read through it again. But it was just like,
But I get what you're saying.
yeah,
I
like
think
she did the author just had me like right there on the edge of my seat, like right there, and then it was like, that's it.
I could see why for the first
More pages.
it would seem like that.
Yeah.
Like it would seem anticlimactic. Because like I
see,
feel
I
like,
blame all of you. I blame all of you. You've all built it up as well, along with the author. You've all built it up, and then we just got to that. And it was done. It was finished, and then it was 19 years later. I'm like, what the?
I mean, I never have felt like it was I don't know. I guess also I don't always feel like when a dictator gets taken down that it's necessarily like this big thing. Like they just get taken down. Like, you know what I mean? Like even
but even the celebration was very abrupt. Like it was abrupt. Yeah, like I think it was like these people have just gone through years and years, not only the kids, but also the parents of these children. It was just so abrupt. I'm like,
I think they were all just tired. You know what I mean? They've all like watched their friends die at this point. Like everybody's dead.
I don't know, but I think I just wanted. I don't know. I don't know what I want. I just think it was like great story. Love the books.
Also,
not saying that it's bad books. I just
I pray that if I ever get my hands on a resurrection stone, I won't clearly, but I pray that if I ever do, then my mother comes back because I'll yell at her and then ask her to stick with me while we walk. Whatever the fuck wrong with it. Listen, the resurrection thing in this with the stone, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Thank God my camera was off. That's all I'm saying. I was like literally heaving. Like I was like crying out loud. Like my brother came in here. He was in the living room. He's on the other side of the wall, like playing a game. And he knocked on the door and I was like, come in. And he was like, what the hell? And I was like, what? He was like, are you okay, bro? He's like, I thought there was a wounded animal in here. Just me. Just me.
That's so funny.
Just me.
You and Harry Potter. I must admit I did really like the scene with Dumbledore before, like and also the fact that when he opened the snitch as well, like that was really good. I like that scene and whatnot. Yeah, I think that was really good. For me, the end was like a breath of fresh air after a long.
I think because it ends the way that it does, right? Because and I think I can like agree with this too. Is that I think that the whole seventh book is so tension filled, right? The whole time,
yeah.
And then it's like, yes, it happens quickly, but now Voldemort is gone. And so everybody can breathe, like, and grieve and like do all the things because, like, yeah, he gives them like the 1 hour or whatever to like bury their dead, but like that's not really grieving.
No,
you know what I mean, especially because they that hour ends and then they're right back to fighting again. You know,
yeah.
I did forget that Colin Creevy dies, so that made me cry too. Poor baby Colin Creevy. Which, like, I think we only really see, like,
he was the photographer in
the second book, and he's kind of a side character throughout the rest of the books. Like, we kind of see him like run into Harry, like he'll say like "Watch your Harry" or whatever throughout the books. You don't really see him after the second movie, like in the movie adaptation. But I think his character to me is kind of like a Dobby character. He's just so he's just so innocent, right? Because he like comes to Hogwarts and he's just taking pictures of Harry, and he's just like enamored with Harry. And then he gets like one of the older students to show him how to develop his film so that the pictures will move, because he's a Muggle-born child, so like he doesn't know all of the things, you know what I mean? And he's not a Muggle-born like Hermione, where Hermione like did her research. Like he came into Hogwarts like just with like fresh eyeballs. Like he didn't know anything about anything, and all he knew is that Harry was like this famous person, and he just like latched onto him. And then scene where Neville and Oliver Wood carried him through the thing, and Harry and we're in Harry's head, obviously, because we're following Harry, and he said that he looked so small in death. I was like, poor Macaulay Creevy.
Also the part where we're in the pensive, and what is it, the prince or whatever the chapter is, 33, 34, 35, somewhere around there, where we learn a little bit about Petunia.
Yeah, and I think
and her begging to go to Hogwarts,
which we kind of get an allusion to this from the letter that Dumbledore sends, right? Because he says, "Remember my last." So like we know that she's had some kind of
we know she's had contact, but I didn't think it was that sort of contact.
But I think that we know by the way she reacts to things that she's had some kind of contact with Dumbledore outside of just receiving Harry. Because there's no way that Dumbledore showed up, that the only time she ever met Dumbledore was to say, hey, you have to take your nephew, and then she just did it. Like, I just don't feel like that makes sense. Like, so even though we don't know until this book exactly what her correspondence was.
Yeah.
And also, it makes me, I always forget this part, or maybe I just like realize it every time I reread the books. But as much as we hate Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, I think that if we had a book, 50 years in the past or whatever the fuck it would be, probably less than that, like whatever. Anyway, if we had a book that showed the original people, so like Harry's parents, Snape, all of them, I think that we would have felt the same disdain for the Marauders. For James.
Yeah, well, see, I said that when we got that vision of Snape being lifted up
in reverse. Like they are Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle, but in reverse. And also, like, most of them are not as stupid as Crabbe and Goyle.
There's that. Well, that's what I said. I don't know what book that was in when Harry was working with Snape to try and to stop Voldemort.
Fifth
book, I think it is, where he's seen the image of James and that giving Snape a hard time.
Yeah.
And I actually thought, well, they're just as bad as Malfoy and his little sidekicks. Like,
but I think because obviously we only see Snape through Harry's eyes, right? And Harry hates Snape. But then we see it in the reverse in the pensive when Snape is talking to Dumbledore and he's like, he's this spitting image of his father, blah, blah, blah. And then Dumbledore says to him, like, you only see what you want to see. Because ultimately Snape, he has a shitty way of showing it, okay? But like, ultimately Snape ends up caring about Harry, obviously. Right.
Yeah. Well, that was evident.
But I think that when Dumbledore tells Snape, like, you disgust me or whatever, because he says, well, at least protect her, right? And he's like, he says, perhaps Voldemort would spare her and take the son, right? And he said, I've already asked him. And then Dumbledore's like, you disgust me, which, like, that's a fucked up thing to say, Snape. What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, I get it. Like, James is a piece of shit, but like, Harry is an innocent baby. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
Like, obviously, you have to kind of decide for yourself who you think Snape was in the end. I don't necessarily think that
Snape was a double agent, and he was trying to work both sides to get what he wanted, and it didn't work.
Think Snape is just a very morally gray character.
Yeah.
Who is just a flawed human being. So
hang on, someone's here. Hang on.
Okay. So he just worked both sides of the coin in order to get what he wanted. But we will go read some comments. Let me turn this off. Thank you. We will read some comments. We did not start, apparently. Oh my goodness. Okay. Blah, blah. To answer this question, her birthday was yesterday, but I'll tell her happy birthday for you when she wakes up. Her birthday party is on Saturday. I don't know where we left off. That's the problem.
It's all right. I do. I'm back.
Okay,
people
great.
want bloody cars.
Oh, I see. We left off here, I think.
Yeah.
Because I remember Rachel saying, "Who are you?"
Yeah.
We're aliens, apparently. Alicia finished The Last Olympian and Percy Jackson, not counting the newest ones. I need to decide what to read next. Options are Twisted Games or Monsters Born and Made. Honestly, Monsters Born and Made sounds awesome. I have no idea what either one of these things is. Nicole, do you have a vote?
I have no flipping idea. So,
I'm
Twisted
going off
Games.
I was gonna say I'm seriously just going off the title, honestly.
Yeah, Twisted Games. That's all I got.
A little bit of TV for the rest of the sprint. Good night to Alicia. Oh, this was us. I was like, what the hell? I forgot I changed my profile picture so it looked like a new person. Anyway.
Who is that person? Oh, it's me.
I mean, I basically had the same profile picture since I started on this platform. So, Hello to Jess. Getting some writing done tonight. Wonderful. Hello, Helen. Just got on, but I'm exhausted. Just want to sleep, but wanted to say hello. Well, hello. And also go to bed because sleep is good. Katie finished her book. Listening to an audiobook on 1.5 speed. How do I not do this more often? Yeah, I
read this as it came in, and I'm like, how have you not been doing this at all?
That's what I was, because I listen to my audiobooks very fast. Like to the
I just listened to Harry Potter at 2.5, I think it was.
Yeah, I was listening to it at 2.75. Starting the Dixon Rule by L. Kennedy. Wonderful. Hello and good night to Helen. Allie is back. Made it to page 290 of Sunbringer. Likely done for the night. Time to get ready for bed. Thank you for Sprint. Good night. Which Sunbringer, for anyone who doesn't know, I think is the second book after God.
It is the second book to God Killer.
Spent that time writing, wrote about 120 words. Wonderful. On page 188 of 362, over halfway done. We're good, Nicole. I was crying and knitting, but the same thing happens. Yeah, I just be out here crying. Apparently, the universe does not want me to do this book haul. First, I lost the footage, and now Clipchamp won't work. Don't know whether to laugh or cry.
You know what? Put those books on the shelf and call it done.
Yeah, just...
It doesn't... The only person that you're holding accountable is yourself.
Yeah.
And it's obviously causing you stress, so just move on. That's
what I do. When I lose footage or something, I'm like, well, that video wasn't meant to be. Goodbye.
Yep. I'm exactly the same.
I just watched an episode of Bones. Now getting him in bed. Wonderful.
Where are you up to, Christina? I got to 14, I think. 14 last night. 15, maybe? I don't know.
I got to page 262 of 728 in When the Moon Hatched.
Wonderful. I so want to read that. Is it good? I want to read it.
I want to read it too, but it's not happening this month. I only read the first 5 chapters. I spent half of that sprint catching up with my 2 out-of-state besties. Wonderful.
Nice.
Happy birthday to Ari. Yeah, I'll let Ari know everybody says happy birthday. Her birthday was technically yesterday, but we're not doing her party until Saturday because I was not trying to do a birthday party on a school night. So yeah. Hello, everyone. Listening to HP4. My holds are all finally coming on Libby. I was hoping to follow along with y'all, but I'm slowly getting there now. That's okay. That's okay.
How many RSVPs did you end up getting?
So
I know you. I
Oh,
know
I had
you established hand
I
cramps
had
from
two,
writing.
and this one lady thought that she was just gonna drop her freaking kid off at the party at a public park. No, ma'am. So I messaged her because, like, the way she wrote the message, I was like, this thinks she's really gonna just drop her kid off. Like, absolutely not. So I was like, one of y'all is gonna be with him, right? And she was like, oh, I wasn't planning on it. And I was like, I need other parents. Like, I was like, I need parents to be there for the sake of, like, we're at a public
Safety?
park.
Yeah.
Like, if we were, like, at my house, or like we
In the
went,
backyard, yeah, fair enough. But you're
like,
at a
that's
public
fine.
park.
But, like, we're doing it at a park. I can't. No, if your kid gets fucking lost at the park, bro, and then it's my fault, absolutely not. No.
No,
I
I
started,
agree.
which means, like, I mean, she might decide that she's not coming, which, like, that's fine. But, like, no, I'm not about to be responsible for children out in the wild.
No, and that's a fair call. You're in a public park. If it was in your backyard, different story. You got a gate, you can shut, and everybody stays in the park in the backyard. But in a park, there's too many variables. There's sickos out there. There's like random people that you don't
Plus,
even know.
the park has a road that runs next to it.
Yeah, like
So
anything
if they
could
get out of
happen.
the fence, bro, like, and get hit by a car, then what?
Mm.
Absolutely not. I'm not responsible for your children. I started my notes on my social inquiry lecture for uni. Still no pain. Because she got her wisdom teeth out. Writing down my pages read in my journal, and I've just realized that I'm in the middle of 6 books actively, and I feel chaotic. Sometimes that happens. Watched a YouTube video, got to 50% in my audiobook of Passing, and had dinner.
What are you thinking of passing? I actually really enjoyed that book.
Kay had a shower, fun times, but all clean now. We love a shower. Denise has been on sprint since Brittany started. Done for today. Thanks and good night. Good night, Denise. I think hubby and I just decided to watch The Idea of You tonight, but I may fall asleep during it. Hope not, though. Don't you lose all the inflection at 2.5 plus? No. I think it depends on how fast your brain can move.
Yeah.
Like,
evidently, my processing chip is running at its maximum. But it depends. It wholly and solely depends on the narrator. Not all narrators you can listen to at 2.5. There are some people that I listen to at 1.6, some at 1.7. If it's got a strong accent, then it might be 1.5. If it's new language to me, so like I'm reading a classic for the first time, that'll be at 1.5. But if it's a series like this, Stephen Fry doesn't read fast, because even at
no, and I don't feel like his accent's super thick. I mean, I've listened to the Stephen Fry audiobooks 1,000 times, so but even Jim Dale, like, he has an accent, but I don't feel like it's super thick, because even with Jim Dale, I was listening at 2.5. So I think it just,
and I think if you know the characters as well, you know the nuances of the characters and all that sort of stuff, you can listen to it a little bit faster. To be honest, if I had kept listening to Harry Potter, Stephen Fry at 2 times speed, I probably would have stopped reading.
Yeah, so for me, it depends. For me personally, it depends on how fast the narrator reads naturally. Because sometimes even at 1 time speed, like, the narrator reads faster, So it depends on how fast the narrator reads naturally. It also depends on their accent, and it depends on where they pause when they read. Like, so how their cadence, like how their voice is, how their voice flows.
Yeah.
I'm currently reading When the Moon Hatched 2. It is so good, Selena says. Maybe my favorite book I've ever read.
This bodes well for me. Sitting on my Kindle waiting. Not this month, though.
Christina's on season 9, episode 15.
Okay. I'm on season 1, episode 15. 14 or 15.
Jamie said she's enjoying it so far. I especially like that it is short, straightforward, and an audiobook.
Yeah, fair.
I don't do 1 time speed usually. There are a few though, but when I get up past 2, it sounds like chipmunks. I think, again, for me, I mean, it also is going to depend on if you get used to it being faster than 2 times speed. But for me, I had to learn how to listen to audiobooks while also working in Dunkin' Donuts and Taco Bell. So I had to have my audiobooks going faster than the people around me were talking, because otherwise I would tune out the audiobook.
Yes, I would agree with that. If there's a lot of stuff happening around me, I have to turn. I turn the audiobook off. It's only when I'm alone and I know that I'm not going to get interrupted. And when I immersive read, it gets slowed right down. I usually go down because like I can't read at 2.5 times speed. I can read depending on the narrator. I can read sometimes if it's a little bit of a slow, which is probably more closer to a 1.7. Then I can immersively read.
Yeah, well, so like if I'm at work, I actually listen to all my books faster because I need to be, because I have a headset on in one ear and an AirPod in the other ear. So one of the things needs to be speaking faster than the other in order for me to concentrate on both. And your customers are not, I can't speed up my customers, unfortunately, as much as I like to. So I have to speed up the audiobook. So my audios, I actually, like when I open my audiobook player, it's automatically at 2 times speed. And then I just adjust it up or down from 2 times speed. Christina said, hubby and I started rewatching Grace too. We watch all the things with our eyes closed too, though, because I know it all so well.
Yeah, I can't watch Grace, a lot of it, because like.
Good night, Christina. Well,
I don't know if you
comments again.
Okay, cool. I don't know if you've seen my private chat.
I did. I answered it.
Oh, did you? It didn't give me a notification. That's just rude. Oh, no problem. Cool. All right, so we're ready for another sprint.
I only have an hour and 7 minutes left, so I might as well just hunker down and cry the rest of my tears out. I guess this will be my week's cry session, my weekly cry session.
All right. I'm sorry I didn't cry.
Here's the thing. I don't even expect everyone to cry. That's the thing. I'm not even like mad that you cry.
I am going to cry in the movie if that makes you feel any better.
To be honest with you, I'm actually a little surprised at myself as to how much this book has affected me, because I actually went into it. I knew that there would be certain spots where I would cry. I knew that because there are certain things that happen with certain characters that I'm attached to, whatever.
Yeah.
The ugly crying that has happened in these pages, I was not really expecting, because I was like, oh, you've read this 1,000 times. Like, I'm sure you'll get through without crying. Joke's on me. Apparently.
I think one moment. I think when the storyline around Dobby affected me the most, Dobby and Dumbledore actually affected me the most in the book. And I think the reason it affected me so much is because, you know, Harry didn't use magic to bury him. He felt that Dobby deserved that respect of not having magic used to bury him and all that sort of stuff. So I don't want to make you cry. Don't you start, because then I'll start, because I'm a visual person. You stop now.
And Dobby is also just an innocent character.
Yeah.
And we don't know this until, I mean, we have spoilers on, but we don't know this until later. I mean, I knew this, but y'all didn't know this until later. That Aberforth is the one, you know, that's watching Harry through he's the one checking in on him and through the little mirror that was from Severus, from Sirius. And he also, you know, he's the one that sent Dobby, because then when they went and they saw Aberforth, he said, where are you keeping him? And Harry's like, well, he's dead, you know, which is sad to say it like that, but you know, whatever. But Dobby is such an innocent character, and like until the end, all he was doing was trying to protect Harry. Right? And so I think that's why his death affects me. I mean, there's other deaths that affected me like throughout. Like, I know nobody else probably cries at like the whole like finding out that Mad-Eye Moody died. That's a personal thing. He reminds me of my dad.
See, so. I didn't get upset about that. I felt that was a death that I seen coming.
Yeah.
And that, like, I just knew instinctively that he was going to die because of his position.
Yeah, Mad-Eye also, I think, put himself in the spot that he did, knowing that he could die. And he put himself with Vendungus Fletcher because he knew Mundungus was a coward, and so he didn't want anyone else to suffer that, right?
Yeah.
But then spoilers are all good. Okay, so then like when Fred died, we see that happen, right? And so that's hard, and that's after Percy comes back, and so Percy doesn't even really get to like make the amends, I think, that he wants to. And then Fred is just gone, right? And then when they go into the Great Hall and everyone's laid out dead, then we see Lupin and Tonks too. So like it's just like a lot of people all at once. And I mean, I also cry when we see Snape when we watch Snape die. I think it's because like ultimately he's such a complicated character that like you love to hate him, but also hope that maybe Hogwarts didn't go. I mean, Hogwarts went downhill obviously after he became headmaster, but he had to keep his position with Voldemort, right? And I feel like if he was truly on Voldemort's side, like he was not doing anything in honor of Dumbledore at all, that we wouldn't have seen him continuing to talk to Dumbledore in the portrait after he was dead, right? And I think also that Hogwarts would have been a much worse place than it actually was. I mean, it was bad. Like, don't get me wrong.
And I think for my most satisfying, and I'll probably repeat this again next week when we go into more depth with Coda and whatnot. I think my most satisfying part of the book was when Bellatrix got it.
Oh, absolutely. Fuck Bellatrix Lestrange, bro. I can't. Here's the thing. I love Helena Bonham Carter. I love her so much as an actress. If I met her in person, I would literally pass away in front of her. Okay. I would just pass away. I would be gone. She portrayed Bellatrix, I feel like, perfectly. Like she was I don't know of anyone else that I could even try to cast as Bellatrix Lestrange, but Bellatrix as a character is absolutely evil. Like she's clearly like in love with Voldemort. Okay, we know this. Okay, she's clearly in love with Voldemort, and she is just absolutely the worst kind of creature I've ever read about.
She is. She's a bitch. Yeah. So that was probably my most satisfying part of the book, and the fact that it wasn't the kids that took her out; it was actually Mrs. Weasley, Molly. Yeah,
I know, Christina. You and I, we have Mad Eye solidarity. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think like I don't know. I just reading the books, I could feel like because of his position and how he felt about certain things and all that sort of stuff. I think that he,
I think he knew that he could die. He knew.
Yeah, and I think it was an expected death in a lot of ways. So yeah.
And Mad Eye Moody, I don't think Mad Eye expected to live as long as he did.
No.
Like as a character, like I don't think, like as a person, like if he was like a real person, like being an Auror and like going through all the things that he went through, I don't think that he intended or expected to live as long as he did, because I mean he's supposed
like the dude's missing limbs, eyeballs, the whole lot. Like
when he dies, he's supposed to be like in his 70s.
Yeah,
he's
like,
still just
he's old
around like a fucking crazy person. The fireball. I also cried when Hedwig died. And that was a pretty quick death. Like she just got hit with the killing curse and that was it. That was obviously meant for Harry. And I think what was the most upsetting is like she was the only companion that Harry actually had. Like isn't like that never left him ever. Like she always came back. Like, you know what I mean? Like
she was always with him. She was with him at school. She was with him at home.
Dursleys, like she was always there.
And even when she went to Ron's, like when they went to Ron's, she was there. Like she was the one consistent. So for her to be taken out was just flipping rude.
And she was given to him by the first person that Harry felt like cared about him too, which was Hagrid. Hagrid, yeah. We all love it. Christina?
It's all right.
Yeah. And I feel like because his reaction was just to yell her name, and then
Mhm.
he had to go right back into finding right. And then when they landed, and I think it could have gotten swept under the rug if or somebody could have believed that Harry sent her away or something if Hagrid hadn't said, "Where's Hedwig?"
Mm.
And then Harry said, "She got blasted out of the sky." Like, you know what I mean? He didn't say that, but that's what
They're your words, not his.
I mean, she kind of did, if I remember correctly.
Mm.
I think she was flying next to him when she got. No, maybe she was in her cage. She might have been.
Yeah,
in
she
her
bit
cage,
him.
like,
She bit him.
outside his-
Is that where she like lashed out at him because he couldn't let her out of her cage to fly?
Yeah, and he said, like,
What
no.
you're talking about? Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I
Uncle
mean, yeah,
Vernon wouldn't.
yeah. Hedwig got she bit his finger. I think it's the second book because she was told, like, or Harry was told if he sent her out to fly that he would have punishment, right? So he was like, I can't let you out or whatever, and she like bit his finger, and then he ended up needing her to send a message later, I think after he's rescued by the Weasley boys, and she's like shitty. But she also gets mad when so there was that where he couldn't let her out at Privet Drive, but then there was also the third book. He couldn't allow her, or the fourth book, or the fifth book, whichever the fuck book it was, where he's sending letters to Sirius. I think it's the fourth book where he's like in hiding, and he can't continue to use. He can't just use her. He has to like be using other owls so that they don't intercept his letters. So it doesn't look suspicious that she's going to the same spot. She gets shitty with him then too.
Yeah. It's funny to have an owl have the shits with you.
Because she flies down and puts her leg out, and he says, I can't use you. And he's like, I'm sorry, but I can't, or whatever. Yeah. She was truly his best friend.
She was pissed. Yeah, I agree. This one also didn't make me cry, but made me feel some stuff because it was like, because I mean, you're just rooting for Harry to have some normality in his life, you know,
Yeah,
like a
and it seems
family
like
that treats him well and all that sort of stuff. And slowly but surely, it's just being chipped away, you know. And the closest to a family he has is like he gets so close to actually having something in his life that's going to be a permanent fixture, and then it's taken away from him. So Hedwig, the Firebolt, Sirius, you know, the only consistency he had was the Weasleys. Really, the only really family that treated him well that he knows.
Yeah, and I think that it seems like every time that Harry gets somebody that cares about him, they die. You know? So sad. The Walk into the Woods. Yeah. So sad. That's where all my tears were just flowing out. There was no way to stop them, truly.
All right. Before Neva breaks down again thinking about that bit that she read. I know if you start crying, I will start crying. So I'm going to put a stop.
That's why I keep my camera off until I don't have tears on my face anymore. Because I'm like, I'm gonna come on camera and Nicole's gonna be like, bro. Now we're all gonna cry up in this place.
Now it's just gonna be ugly crying everywhere. Anyway, I am going back to my book, which is The Eye of Odin, because I got a 2 extra. I opened up my NatGalley, and there was 2 books there that had just been approved, and one of them is Eye of Odin, which is Norse mythology combined with astrology, and it's 144 pages. So I'm going to read that. So we'll see you in an hour. But I do have to leave early today, so I'm going to be finishing up after the next chatty bit. Neva, are you going to continue or are you going to finish up yourself?
No, I think I'm gonna finish it myself. I think I've had enough for today.
All right, it's been an emotional day.
I don't think I can bear to do sprints by myself today.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right, we'll see you in an hour, and this will be our last sprint for today. How are we going? Wrong one. There we go.
Oh, I just had I only have the epilogue left. So the crying is over now. Thank God. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
A bucket of tears at this point. Good Lord. If you put tears into fresh water, it could probably sustain a third world country. Yeah.
So you could sustain a third world country.
With the amount I have cried today. Yeah. Yeah, so I've finished. Well, except the epilogue, but the epilogue is like 7 minutes long. I'm not gonna cry at the fucking epilogue. Cried all through, the ending because that's who I am as a human being. So great.
How are you, Coda?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good.
What does I come into?
Fashionably late.
I haven't started reading yet because I was at a graduation. So
how'd it go?
it was fun. Yeah, I was glad I went. It was cool.
Cool. Well, I'm finished. Neve was almost finished. And yeah. So we won't talk anymore about it then.
Just know
the conversation killer.
Just know that if you go back into these sprints after you're done reading, Coda, because we did talk spoilers, and you see my camera off for a little longer than is normal, it's just because
she's crying.
I've cried a lot today. Thank God I didn't read. First of all, I'm really glad that I finished this book with my eyes and not with the audiobook. Because I really would not have let myself sit in it if I had done it with the audiobook. Like I would have just been like, I would have been like, and they'd be like, okay, suck it the fuck up. We gotta move on. Also really glad that I was off work today when I read these pages, because the last set of pages that I read them at work, but I just happened to finish them at home. Thank God, because that's when I started crying. But my coworkers are already concerned about my sanity with the amount of times that I've cried at work. So they would really be like, bro, what's happening to you? But this is definitely a 6-star book for me. This is like for me, this is the best one of the series, I think. So
awesome.
I'm so depressed now.
I have I need to sit on it a bit more to whether or not this one's the best of the series for me or not. But see, I struggle to nominate a book in a series as a favorite because I see the series as one book.
Yeah. I mean, I get that too. I usually have book, like in series, I usually have, especially big series, like I'm talking like series that are more than 4 books, right? I usually have 1 or 2 books that stand out to me for whatever reason. So those are usually the ones that I say are like, favorite of the series, because really probably 6 and 7 both. Like I think I gave 5.
Yeah, see, I'd be struggling right now to pick between 6 and 7.
I think because 6 I gave 6 stars also. So 6 and 7 are probably my favorite ones because it's where you see the most like development or whatever. But 5, like I gave book 5 stars because like it's so wonderful, So,
what are your thoughts, Coda?
Well, when I finish reading the series,
just trying to include you in the conversation there.
I didn't expect him. I don't know why I didn't expect for you guys to be done, but I guess I should have. It's been 5 hours.
Yeah.
And it even took me longer to finish because I read it with my eyeballs. So it took the full 5 hours for me to finish.
And I was already part of the way in because I knew that I had a lot of stuff on today. Nicole, and I was already.
I'd already read like the first chapter and a half because I knew it was going to take me longer to finish because I was reading
Yeah.
with my eyes. So I did read
Yeah.
the first chapter and a half earlier today.
Mhm.
But I did annotate next year when I do my reread. I will
Mhm.
read them with all of them with my eyes because I did annotate a lot of what I read with my
Mhm.
eyes in this book. And I don't do this a lot, but I even annotated things that other people had not annotated. I leave the popular highlights or whatever on my Kindle, so it'll
Mhm.
put like a little dash line underneath things that other people have highlighted.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I just re-highlight what other people have highlighted.
Mhm.
But like with this, I was just like highlighting things that ain't nobody highlighting.
Yeah, I don't
Shit.
like it has to be pretty special for me to highlight what's something else that other people highlighted because I leave that on too. So even if I go back to that book, they're still there because they're the popular highlights. So
Yeah.
I try to highlight other stuff. So it's almost like it's already pre-highlighted for you. And that's why I don't tend to it has to be pretty special for me to highlight it. So yeah. So what else you been doing today, Coda, besides graduations?
I highlight errors.
Yeah, this is the first book. I'm actually reading a book that I got another 2 bloody arcs, didn't I, today? Jesus Christ. One is,
did you?
yeah, I'm actually 50% through one of them because it's only 144 pages. So I thought, you know what? That's not a long one. I'll just knock that off. And it came out 3 days ago, but they haven't had any, they've only had 2 or 3 reviews on it. So, and this is probably the first one where I feel like this has already been published and it has formatting issues. Like there's double spaces, there's no spaces between punctuation, and then there's like spaces. There was 2 where there was actually a space between the word and the punctuation, and then there's like double spaces, and then there's no inverted commas where there should be inverted commas. Is that what we call them these days?
Quotation marks?
Yeah, quotation marks. That's it. So, yeah, I just show my age there, where different terminology. It's the same as like period. Like, when did that shit change? It's always been a full stop for us, or for me. And I'm like, when the first time I heard someone say it, I'm like, I'm surely not that dumb that I don't actually know what that is. I actually had to Google that shit.
Period?
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, okay, so it's just a full stop. All right, okay, I know what it is now. When did it change to a period? She goes, oh, ages ago, Mum. I'm like, oh, okay, I've obviously been under a rock. I said, because when I was in school, it was a full stop. It's like, she just looked at me. She goes, yeah, she goes, for part of my schooling, it was a full stop for me too. So it must have, I think she said it changed it when she got to high school. So, yeah. And Neryl's just looking at us going, you guys just make shit up. Even when we use really big words, like when Savannah and I talk, we tend to use like obscure language that's not used in everyday Bougainville. And and Nerily will stand there and she just looks at us and she goes, you guys are just making words up. No, it's in a thesaurus. Here you go, dear. No, you're just making words up. So yeah. But yeah, there's I mean, it's yeah, no, it's bad. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's that kind of stuff that drives me.
Yeah, like there's definitely double spaces and no spaces. Like, when you've got a like a period and then you have a space and start the next word, there's like no space. And then it's only been about 5 places there's been double spaces. I've actually marked where it is, but it doesn't have page numbers. It's got the lock number, so I have to use that because it's
Yeah, I always use the location number to identify.
Yeah. My jacket is molting. I've got like little whips of hair fluff on me. It's like but yeah, it's good so far. It's a mix of Norse mythology and bringing astrology together, and looking at the similarities in between the two and all that sort of stuff. So it's pretty interesting so far. And I'm 51% through, so I'll be finished that today. So yeah.
I need to read the Harry Potter pages. I have just over 100 pages left in Chainsaw. So I'll be finished that soon.
That was insanity what you sent me through on Voxer, how many mentions of me. That, like, I knew there was a lot, but that's insanity.
I know. I was like, because I quit writing them down as I was going. And then I was like, I'll just Google it. There's bound to be a list. And then that's what came up. And I was like,
I'm just bringing it up now. Where did you send it?
I'm like, really, buddy? Watch it until the day we die.
Fully, like, I'm like,
especially since it'll take 3 sessions for me to watch one movie, because I'll be like, sorry guys.
That's so funny. The picture won't come up for me now, but how many was there? It was like 1,100 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Stephen Graham Jones's 2021 horror novel, My Heart is a Chainsaw. It's not 1,100. That's what it seems like, though. Chainsaw includes 171 film references, including Friday the 13th from 1980, Night School from 1981, Nightmare on Elm Street from 1984, Jaws, Halloween, Bay of Blood, Scream, My Bloody Valentine. The novel is the first in the Indian trilogy, for those that don't know, Indian trilogy series, and won the 2021 Bram Stoker Award for horror novel. Wow.
And they just mentioned one of my favorites, High Tension, not that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one. It's French, I think.
I was going to say, I don't know whether, like, a lot of the most popular ones, like Halloween, Friday the 13th, Freddy Krueger ones. I never call them Nightmare on Elm Street. I always just call them the Freddy Krueger ones because they're so, like, yeah.
Have you seen Sleepaway Camp?
No. I mean, I feel like you're more of a movie buff than what I am, and that because I didn't really have access to I've never really had access to a TV because I was not allowed to watch TV at home, like during school days, and my dad controlled the TV over the weekends. So I didn't get to watch a lot of stuff at home. So this was all with friends, and considering that most of my teenage years I was grounded, and so for me to go out and socialize, I had to abscond out the window, and hence that's what started the groundings. And I'd get caught, come back in, so more time would be added onto my sentence. And I say sentence because I was grounded for an entire year. Did I have a social life? Hell yeah, because my parents went to bed at 8:30 and they were out for the count, and I used to jump out the window and off I'd go. And then I'd sneak back in and get busted. Not every time, like there was, but more and more time got added onto the sentence. So my parents prepared me for the pandemic. It's the only good thing they did. So I was okay once the government grounded me. I'm like, I'm cool with that. I've been grounded before. I can do this. Not a problem. So yeah. But I don't think you've probably watched a hell of a lot more than me.
Well, Anna used to work at a video store. So.
Yeah. Because also my friends that I had two really close friends, Raquel and Kathy, Raquel used to work at a video store as well, and also they had watched a hell of a lot more movies than what I had. I was feeling.
You have to see if you can find Sleepaway Camp, but don't read the synopsis or anything. Just go into it blindly.
Okay, cool.
and then let me know.
Just the name alone sounds like it's a train wreck just waiting to happen.
Go into it completely blind and let me know.
I just love the like with this like the classic 80s slasher movies, like all the ones, you know, where the pretty blonde girl goes and, you know, like, don't open the door. Have you not ever watched a movie, but yet you're gonna open the, you know, you're gonna die. Like, I just love the I guess that gives me comfort because you know that person's gonna, like, I know it sounds weird to say it gives you comfort from a horror movie, but you just know, like, it's predictable. You know that as soon as that pretty blonde girl opens the door, she's gonna be taken out. So yeah, I like the familiarity of it. That is the word I'm looking for. So yeah.
I think that for me too. There's something comforting about the formula.
Yeah. That you just, you know, when you sit down for one of those like the slasher movies, that you know exactly what you're in for, even though they're all different, but you still know that's the ride you're going to go on. Like, I've watched trailers for like Centipede and stuff like that, and while I'm okay reading about body horror and stuff like that, I don't know whether I'd be able to sit through that, because that looks,
I've never seen any of those. I've avoided them.
Gross. Like, it just seems gross on that. Like, it's horror for the sake of horror, and I don't think I'm in for that sort of stuff.
I'm really picky about my body horror, because honestly, the body horror in like Butcher and Blackbird didn't bother me, and there is body horror in that. Like,
yeah, I can do body horror, not a problem.
It was gross, but it wasn't like. But when it just feels like they're doing it just to be like, look how disgusting I can be, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, well, that's how I feel like when I watched the trailer, because a couple of my friends said, "Oh, you'll love it," you know, rah, rah. And I watched the trailer, I'm like, yeah, I don't think you know me as a person.
She's like, I don't love this.
I'm not liking the look of this shit. No, this just looks gross. So yeah, and I actually said to him, I don't think you know me. I think you need to reevaluate our friendship if this is what you think I'm into. This is not what I'm into. Give me Freddy Krueger any day. Like, yeah, but you know, and even like a good like a really good Stephen King movie, like that real suspense, like that has elements of horror in it and stuff like that. You know, like. Just that sort of stuff. I don't like it where they're, you know, chopping people up and putting them and making them into a. Yeah, no, that's not good.
Sewing their mouths on.
Yeah, no. Like things like The Ring and like those sort of movies, those real classic horror movies that just give you a good jump start and all the rest of it. I just
My Bloody Valentine is another good one that they mentioned, and it takes place in a coal mine.
Mm-hmm. I haven't seen that one either.
It's a good one.
Although I have heard of that, so I may have seen bits and pieces of it. Because a lot of time when I was younger too, like I'd go to friends' places and we'd be like the nomad friends. We'd go to 4 or 5 different places in a night. And you know, like this person over here would be doing something, they might be having a party or whatever, then someone else will be having it, like a slumber party, and horror movies would be happening, so we might see part of it, but then, you know, with the attention span of a gnat, we'd go off somewhere else and all the rest of it. So sometimes, you know, we might have only seen a little bit of it, because My Bloody Valentine actually rings a bell. Yeah, cool. So as you're saying, it was our last sprint.
I did notice that.
Only because I have to head over to the workshop and take some tools over. I was planning on being here till 5 o'clock. So, but he needs some tools from here, so I've got to take that over. So Neva, are you going to continue or are you going to bow? Now that Coda's here.
I mean, if Coda wants to continue, I can continue. I just was not. I can't continue by myself, bro. I have a wreck. But I mean, if Coda wants to continue, we can continue.
I'll probably be up for a little bit. I don't know. You guys were ending, so I was like, oh, do I finish Harry Potter tonight or Chainsaw tonight? Because I have about the same left in both of them. And it's nighttime. That loves me some scary at nighttime. But then I do need to read Harry Potter also, so. I mean, I'll be up for a little while if you want to hang out.
I mean, we can hang out. That's cool. That's fine by me. Shit.
Yeah, well, I'm bowing, so I'm here for another 10, 20 minutes or whatever, but I'm going to bow out before that. But we'll go through some of the comments. Thanks to Neva's KU video, I've gone a bit crazy with creating collections on my Kindle. It's actually helped organize. That's awesome.
I'm glad that one's helpful because listen, the one that I did last year that was like 4 minutes long, people said that it was helpful, and then like I think you can hear the frustration in my voice though, because like I had thought that I had filmed a long one, like what you got this time, and I never like I thought I hit record and it wasn't recording, so I had just been talking to myself for like 20 minutes for no reason, just talking to the abyss, and nothing got recorded, and then I was mad, so I was like, let me show you how to do these 10 books. Have a great day. Goodbye. That was basically the video.
But it was very clear and concise, though, that 10 books that you did. Like, you did get the point home.
Video? Yeah, because then I was pissed off. So I was like, well, this will be sweet and to the point. But people had been asking for, like, a more in-depth, like, walk through, like, how I set up all my...
Yeah, well, I like the one, that was the Kindle one, yeah? You haven't put it
that was the one that I set up, that I did right
before KU.
The KU MAYhem,
yeah. I was gonna say, did I miss a video?
No, that was like a longer form video where I had like the camera down.
Yeah.
I ended up having to edit a bunch because I don't have a way right now to set my camera up like how people do it where it's like over the top of them, but like how they would see it, right? So when I film downwards, everything's upside down to you. Well, I kept saying like, oh, maybe I'll figure out how to turn this in post-production. I don't know why the hell I kept saying that out loud instead of just trying to figure it out.
I do that as well. Like I'll say things that I'm going to do the editing, and then I go, but you don't give a shit about that, right?
There was a literal chunk that I like clipped out, which I don't do a lot of editing on my videos, just a little thing. Like my vlogs are basically... I shoot the vlog, I put everything together, and then I upload it. I really don't edit it very much. Okay? So there was like a 3-minute chunk that I edited out of that video where I'm like, I keep apologizing for it being upside down. No one would have even known if I had kept my damn mouth shut because I was able to spin it around so that it was the correct way for you. And it just looked like I filmed it that way. But I kept saying like, I know it's upside down for you guys, but I need it to be upside down because it's right side up for me, and I need to be able to see what I'm doing. Like, I was like, and then I went and I like watched it to edit it, and I was like, bro. Like, you didn't need to say all that. Like, you could have just made, like, because sometimes what I'll do is I'll, like, make a note to myself, like, in the video, like, while I'm filming the video, like, I know that I need to add music or so I'll be like, add music now, right? Or if I know that there's a spot where I want to cut it out so that I can like introduce the video and then put my intro graphic in, because I've been doing that recently because I think that's fun. I will like do my intro and then I'll do something like really stupid. Hopefully this never makes it into a video because that'd be so embarrassing. But I'll do something stupid, like I'll be like, or something like I'll just do something completely stupid and outlandish that like I don't want anyone to ever see in life. It's usually even more stupid than that. Like usually I have like a dance party or something so that I know like I need to chop that part out. Instead, with the Kindle video, I was like, I'm so sorry, it's upside down. I'll try to figure out how to flip it around.
Sorry, I'm typing in your ear. I do apologize.
That's fine. Rest in peace to the headphones users. That's what I always say when I type.
I'm so sorry. I thought I clicked it, and I'm like, oh shit, didn't click it. I went to the wrong page. I'm sorry. I'm just putting Neva's link in the comments so that way, because there's a lot of people still on Dusty, so I'm going to send everybody over to Dusty's because I'm going to disappear. So, yeah, let me just type that up. You keep talking amongst yourselves.
Oh, here, I can keep reading comments while you're doing that. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Hi, Brooklyn. Brooklyn's at work wishing she was on Sprints with us. We wish you were on Sprints too. Brooklyn, Started God of Malice. It's so dark. Oh, I need to read this. This is on my Kindle Unlimited list, not right now, but this is like on my list because of Larry Reed's. She read this series and said that she loved it, and I read everything Larry reads.
I have put it on a master list for a secret project that we're doing. NN is all I'm going to say.
Oh, it would be perfect for that. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I will hold off on God of Malice for reasons. Yes. All right. Wonderful. We're talking about it's fine. Oh my god, I didn't even think to use it for that. Okay, I need to start getting my mind. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Jean finished. I finished my knitted baby blanket. All I have to do is darn in the ends. Wonderful. Hello to Brooklyn and Jean. Hello to Brooklyn. Bit early, but yay! First time I fully completed a sprint with you guys. Well, me and Coda are going to keep going for a little while.
Yep.
I think. Riley, you're not too late. Me and Coda's here.
As long as you go over to Neva's channel. If you're on Dusty Book Sniffers, you need to all head over to Neva's now.
Come over to me, and then
you can actually head now without even missing anything because it's the same.
It's the same thing.
It'll just continue over there.
Go over there. Come over here to the dark side. We have cookies. And
Cookies.
you can hang out with
Now
me.
I want cookies.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was mean. I don't have any cookies here either. That was mean, Neva.
I give you some of the cookies. Hello to Chris. I'm trying to finish Bad Habit, but life keeps intruding. Hi to Coda. Maria read 13 more chapters of yours truly and is enjoying it. Hello to Coda. Hello. Finally joining us in what seems like forever in a weird month. I can't sleep yet, so I'll read more of Magic for Liars. Wonderful. Ate some lunch. I didn't want liquid lunch, so I suffered a little pain. Yeah. Seluna had her wisdom tooth taken out. Thank you, Rally. I'm 3/4 finished for Goblet of Fire.
Go, Jean.
Also, Rally loves all of our beautiful smiles.
Oh, we love you too, Rally.
How nice. I had a cheese and bacon roll that I heated in the microwave to make it soft. Yeah, that's not good. Book 5 is Seluna's favorite. I was not expecting this, but we were only 30 minutes into this movie, and I already love it, and I need to read the book, and it is on KU and Audible. Yeah, it is. I actually am going to read the book before I watch the movie.
What movie is this?
That new one with, is it Jennifer Garner in it? Anne Hathaway.
What's the book?
I don't remember. It's new. It's on, everybody's talking about it because it's like Harry Styles coded or something, but it's on Amazon Prime. Something.
The
Idea of you. That one, yeah. It's like a May-December relationship, but she's older than he is or something. Yeah. It looks like really cute. Like the trailer looks really cute, but I want to read the book first. Coda.
I love me some Anne Hathaway.
Jean asked Nicole, does that take you up to 46 arcs?
No, because I've actually already reviewed some and all the rest of it. Hang on, I'll just have a look. I got my ebooks down from 21 down to 16, and then they chucked 2 in, took it back up to 18. So now I'm at 42.
Wow. How rude of them, honestly. And
I still have some that have to be approved. I have a few. 14.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Period is a full stop.
Yes.
Too many publishers don't know how to format arcs. They can do a PDF, but anything else is iffy.
Yeah, I don't actually think that this is the publisher. I think that this is because it's a space in the typing. And it's not available on Kindle, because I was going to go and see if it was available on KU or something and have a look and see if it's...
Yeah, regardless of whether the format is PDF or not, if you can, first of all, if you can put it to your Kindle, it's an EPUB format, which means they should know how to format an EPUB. And if they don't, they shouldn't be making them.
Mm.
They should just do paperback.
Well, this one does. This one actually doesn't do Kindle at all because when I went and looked, because it's been released already, because it was released on the 14th. The reason I've been approved for it is because no one's reviewed it. There's like been 3 reviews. That's it.
Yeah. And then a PDF should be even easier to format.
Yeah. So this is basically I was able to download it straight to my Kindle, and also it gave me the PDF format as well. So it was an EPUB, so it should be right. But there is, like, you can see there's a space between, like, and it's not like that all the way through the book. It's actually errors that you can see. If it was all the way through the book, then yeah. And I've picked up in one chapter, and it was under Thor's chapter as well. Not happy. So yeah, there was a lot of errors under there. I think that they were very excited to write the Thor. It's like they just got a bit trigger happy with the spacing. So yeah.
Yeah, 171.
Yeah.
Movies.
Did you like My Heart is a Chainsaw, Coda?
I still have about 110, 120 pages left.
I have finished it.
I'm enjoying it so far.
Yeah. I read it on Wednesday because we started on Wednesday, and I finished it because I was on sprints for 10 hours. So I just figured that'll be my book for that day, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was almost like a acid trip. Like, hoofing me back into the 80s.
It's really different too, though. Like as much as it's nostalgic to 80s slasher, and as much as it references it, it's also pretty different too. Like
I'm pretty keen to
directions I'm not expecting. I'm kind of like confused for a minute, and then I'm like, oh, and then I'm like, what? Okay.
The descriptions were really good as well. For me, the Slasher 101 part that broke up the chapters, I really love that part of the book. Like, that was really good for me. I was just like, I was excited to read the chapters to get to the next part. And to me, that's just an awesome book. If it's making you excited to get to parts that have been added in and whatnot, I love that about a book, you know. And even the whole story and whatnot was really good as well. So what were your thoughts, Raleigh? Because I think you've read it, if my memory serves me correct.
Forgot I had stream playing in the background. The timer scared me. This happens to me all the time. This happens to me. I will be listening to sprints. I'll go into somebody's sprints, and then I'll lay down to go to sleep, and I'll just leave the sprints on. And what gets me is not usually the timer, but it's when my phone decides to kick over into an ad. And I'll be like, oh God.
Well, if this little soft timer scares you, I suggest be careful in October.
We use spooky timers in October.
Witch, right?
Why did dads do that? Only one big telly back and a small portable TV, and dad was not going to watch football scores on that. I mean, we didn't even have.
We only had one TV. We didn't
even have anything. Like, the satellite didn't work because we lived too rurally. So we literally just had movies. So
we had regular free to air TV.
We had all the things.
Sleepaway Camp.
It's a horror movie.
Don't look into it. Just go in blind. Trust me.
8 o'clock meeting for tomorrow has just been canceled. Wonderful. Something comforting about horror movies. I Know What You Did Last Summer, the original movie, I think in January. I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Yeah, that's a goodie. There's an example of a movie that's better than the book.
Truly. I mean, I do like the book too, but the movie is way better.
The book is good, but in comparison, nobody even dies in the book.
They definitely don't. I mean, the book is just very tame compared to the movie. Human Centipede, my son told me about that. Absolutely not. Human Centipede is the worst movie I've ever seen. Human Centipede and fucking the Children of the Corn. If you tell me that we're watching that, I'm gonna be like, I'm good. I'm gonna go sit in the other room and read my Kindle. Y'all let me know when you're done. Thank you. Those are two.
Isn't your state known for corn?
Yes. And I watched that shit when I was like 8 years old at my
I can see why that would disturb you
And
if you
she
have a lot of
lived
cornfields around you.
across the gravel, not the street, the gravel from a cornfield. Okay. And then my mom and my dad thought it would be cute when I was in high school to move to a house that has a cornfield attached to it. And then my mom would be like, "Can you go get me something out of the car at 8 p.m. when it's dark?" No, you want to get drug into the cornfield? You go get it. No, ma'am. Absolutely not. No. No. In fact, I believe at one point I looked at her and I said, "I'm too black to go outside after dark." And she just looked at me like she just absolutely not, ma'am.
I'm petrified of the dark. I'm absolutely 100% petrified
I'm not
of the dark.
to open the door and be like, "Hello, is anybody out there?" I'm yeeting right out of there.
The corn's like,
And here's the thing: when they live in the house, that had the cornfield, she always parked the freaking van right next to the cornfield. There's a whole driveway. You could have parked it closer to the house.
I'm starting to see why.
You could park so close to that house that you could literally come out the front, like out the side door, and you'd run into the van. But no. We would park as close to the cornfield as you can, and then she'd be like, "Can you go out to the driver's seat and get my soda?" Do you want me to put my back to the cornfield and open the car door and hope nothing just kidnaps me into the middle of the corn? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No. And then she would call me a scaredy cat. I'm a survivalist, not a scaredy cat. I'm trying to preserve my life.
Good to know that wherever in the situation with Neva, she's the survivalist, so don't stand next to her because she will throw you to the zombies.
she's the survivalist. I only stand next to corn if I need to eat it.
Listen to me. I'm not going to throw you to whatever is coming after us, but if you do not run, I'm leaving your ass behind. I'm not going to like willingly give you up to the thing, but if I start running and you don't follow, that's your fault.
Savannah and I had a conversation about this. She goes, "You know what? I'm not up for running. I'm not a sporty person. If they're coming, you have me."
Listen,
I'm not even entering into it.
Listen, if a robber breaks in, I'm just gonna sit on the couch and read my book and be like, "Can I fucking help you? Like, do you need something? Oh, you want to take all my treasure? Go ahead. Bye." Leave me to please finish my chapter. If we're outside and there's like a zombie apocalypse and like people are like, "Oh, we have to run the cornfield to save ourselves," and be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna find a different mode of saving myself." I don't even do corn mazes, okay? And those things are supposed to be like relatively safe. Like you get a map. No, thank you. Nope. No, absolutely not. Hello, Allie. Book Dreamers Allie. Hello. I'm about to start reading Bookshops and Bone Dust. I hope you love this book. Ari gave me this book for Mother's Day after we went and exchanged bride. We went and exchanged bride and we got One Dark Window and Bookshops and Bone Dust. Technically, I already read it because I listened to the audiobook, but I did want to own it because I have Legends and Lattes. But I think we're all good, you know. Everyone just got to listen to me talk about how terrified of cornfields I am, which is unfortunate because
that's a good giggle.
My state is known for corn, so
I feel like I asked a bit of a volatile question there.
No, sprints are not done. Coda and I are gonna hang out, so just come on over to my channel. There's a link.
They're just done on Dusty Book Sniffers.
So yeah, just come over to my channel. Nicole's gonna be leaving us soon. Have a beautiful rest of your day, Nicole.
I will. Thank you.
Jean says she's going to bed and will leave me on the TV. I feel like Jean is not going to bed. But if you are Jean, good night. If I see you in 10 minutes, I'll know you didn't really go to bed. Okay, Christina, we would love to have you. She's a little more awake now. Go watch it, Christina. I guess I could go grab it and put it down below. Hold on. Or are you doing it, Nicole?
I'm doing it. I'm already on your video.
Thanks. Nicole's gonna link it down below for you, Christina, so you can go watch it. I'm so proud of myself for doing this, for having consistent videos recently.
Which one is it called again? Organize. Here we go.
Yeah, it's like called like organize. Get organized for KU Kindle Unlimited Mayhem with me. It's 15 minutes.
Yeah, got it.
Also, I just want to say I'm so proud of myself that my vlogs have been under 30 minutes. I mean, not by very much. Like the first one was 29 minutes, 29 seconds, but
mine's an hour. I talk some crap, I tell you.
Well, I don't. Also, I need to, you know what I need to do in the next sprint? I need to get all this shit off my SD card so I can actually use the damn thing. Poor SD card is full. So the camera said.
No. I thought we established that I wasn't going to do the electric boogaloo. So, yeah.
Yeah. So here's the link, and here's the link again if you want to come hang out with me in Coda. Everybody post a link.
Okay, there's 14 people still on Dusty Book Sniffers. You need to head over to Neva's. I'm giving you all until we get to the end of the comments, and then I'm ending the stream, so you'll all just go into the ether.
You're on the dark side.
Redirect? Can't you just shimmy him over there? Just teleport him?
I don't know how I'll going in and entering. Hang on, just 1 moment, please.
Yes, we're on the dark side. For anyone who missed this earlier, which is probably Coda for sure. Somebody at my job said that my hair gives him like Cruella vibes. And when he said that, I said, "Welcome to my villain era." So.
Very good.
Gray hair was the beginning of my villain origin story. Also, Ari's dad won't make eye contact with me on the phone anymore, and that's...
Is it because your hair's grey or because he just finds your long hair locks attractive?
I think it's that.
Okay.
Because he definitely looked at me. Like, he looked at me in the phone, and then he refused to look at me again while I'm speaking. So Saturday is going to be a time. It's going to be interesting. Hopefully he just like looks at the sky, you know? He just looks at Jesus the whole time. It's probably good for his soul. Thank you, Nicole, for hosting. See you on Sunday. Glenda says, this is the movie, The Idea of You, and it has Anne Hathaway in it. We love Anne Hathaway. I did not know it was a book when I agreed to watch it. Otherwise, I would have waited to. Yeah. I only knew that it was a book because people were talking about it in conjunction with the movie. So I was like, well, I'm going to read the book first. But I didn't know it was on Kindle Unlimited. So now I have to go find it on there because my library has like a 50-week wait. First of all, that's like a year from now. I've had to report several NetGalley arcs for being unreadable. A couple publishers reformatted, but others did nothing. A lot of publishers don't work into the arc.
Yeah, well, I got one the other day that I couldn't open on the NetGalley shelf, and it didn't give me a downloadable link to the PDF, and it didn't give me anything to send to Kindle. So it was only through the NetGalley shelf. It is still on my books to review. I sent them a message saying, hey, I can't open it. When I went in the next day, they haven't responded to my email or anything like that. But when I went in the next day, it's still on my shelf. But when you go on the book, you can't access it. It's not on my NetGalley shelf anymore, and it's not like on the app. And it's but it's still on the shelf on the website. It hasn't disappeared. So I am going to review the cover. Is what I'm going to review and say that I couldn't open. And when you go there, it says that it's not giving out copies anymore or anything like that. You can't even request or anything. So yeah. So I don't know what's going on there. But I have put a redirection in, and I am going to say farewell to everybody because my partner is waiting for bits and pieces, and if I'm late he'll give me the stink eye, and then I'll just have to go, don't look at me like that, I had shit to do. All right, I interrupted my day and I don't want to get into it with him, so yeah, there's that.
I'll get into it with him.
Nah, I just look at him and just go,
the worst thing he can do is find my house and kick my door in, and then I'll just laugh. Probably.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't tell you the other day. He was here. Oh my God! And the next door neighbors on Sunday were having a party up the back, like they were having a barbecue or whatever. And he's come home, and the only time he comes home these days, it seems to be when they're making a noise. So it makes him really agitated and irate and all the rest of it. Anyway, he's out there yelling. Nera Lee comes out in her bra, still getting dressed, running through the house. I'm like, what's going on? Because I had all the doors closed because I was watching something. And can't even remember what I was watching now. But yeah, anyway, she goes, oh, Dad is next door. And I'm like, I'm up like a jackrabbit out the door. She's gone out the back. I've gone out the front. And we've bolted over to this house. Both of us are looking for him because we could hear him yelling, but we couldn't see him. And it turns out he was in our backyard. Anyway, I come back in through the front door, and he was walking. And I'm like, where were you? I said, you weren't next door, were you? And he goes, no. He goes, I was in the backyard. I'm like, good. I said, you just had me and your daughter running to stop you from killing someone. Oh, please don't do that again. He goes, no, I won't do that again. I'm like, thank you. So yeah, had a bit of a heart starter on. I'm like, oh my God. He has to come home every time he comes into the yard or whatever. They're going off in the background. So yeah. All right. I'm going to anyway. On that note, I'm going to leave. I might be back in time to pop in if you're still on comments or whatever. But have fun. Enjoy the rest of your stream, and I'll see you somewhere. I don't know where, but I'll see you somewhere.
Bye.